A Court of Fairies and Fiction. Akafath Girls Podcast. Hosts Nell and Liv. Season 2. Episode 7. Crescent Moon Coast is clear, spring breaks loose, but so does fear.
Hello, happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day.
Luck of the Irish.
I love your shirt. That's so cute.
Thanks. It didn't fit my aunt, so she gave it to me.
Adorable. I love it. I love hand-me-downs too. They're the best.
I was playing Emoji Battle last night on the Amazon Facebook group. It's like a book. I think I've explained before. It's like a book game group or whatever. And I actually won kind of a lot. And I was like, well, it's my dead Irish grandmother's birthday. And it's the weekend of St. Patrick's Day. So luck is on my side here.
She knew. She's like, I'm going to help Melanie win some of those books.
I won like 8 books. I'm not even kidding.
Wait, what books did you win? I want to know.
Just a bunch. There was stuff on my wish list, so it goes by price range. And then, so the emojis were either shamrock or rainbow. And so if someone comments a shamrock and someone else comments a rainbow, they spin to see who wins, and the loser gifts the winner.
So do you tell the loser what you want?
No, so you just give them your Amazon wish list, and then they get you stuff on your wish list.
You literally just said that to me. Okay, got it. You literally explained it.
Amazon wish list game.
So, okay, how do you make a wish list on Amazon? Because now I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make a wish list of all the books that I want. Tell me, is it like a registry thing?
No, so there's a registry and there's a wish list. So if you go to like the main, like the menu, like the 3 bars, and you click lists, it says like create a list, and then you can create like book wish list or whatever, and you can set it as default. Like my book wish list is set as default because obviously. And
obviously.
So like whenever you see like a book you want, and you just tap the little heart and it'll go right to your book's wish list. But you have to make sure that it's on the right choice, because like Kindle paperback or hardback, because you can click the heart for all 3 and you don't want all 3 on there.
So you just have to decide which one. Okay. By the way, guess what I saw? Sorry guys, I have to just do it. Okay, sorry. Guess what I saw trending on Book Talk / Instagram? And it was a book that you got me that everyone's like, I don't know why there's not more hype about it. Have you read this?
I have not. I read the original trilogy. So that series is like ACOTAR. So the first 3 are Wrath and Amelia's story. And I got you all of them.
I know, but who's this then? Is this Wrath and Amelia?
No, so that is Envy. Prince Envy.
This is Prince Envy. Apparently, I mean, and also, can we just talk about like how beautiful?
Yeah.
Like you guys, the inside. Oh wait, you can't see me. What's going on? Why is my phone doing this? My phone is having some issues
because it's green on a green screen.
Is that? So after I finish Tog, I'm gonna be diving into these books.
Yeah.
I think they look amazing. So I think we should talk about this next. And then you said the first 3, is it called the Bridge Kingdom or Kingdom of the Wicked?
Kingdom of the Wicked.
Kingdom of the Wicked.
So it's Kingdom of the Wicked, Kingdom of the Cursed, Kingdom of the Feared, which is Wrath and Amelia. And I fucking love that series. That is my favorite series ever. And there's so many haters for it too, because to be fair, Amelia is kind of naive and kind of stupid, but there's a reason for it. Because it's like her story with Wrath or whatever, and like I'm not gonna spoil it, but you find out that there is a definite reason for why she acts that way.
Okay.
And you know that I like to guess things as I go.
I know you do.
And I was getting so frustrated because I was texting my friend when I was reading these at first because she had read the trilogy first. And I was like, is this right? Is this right? Is this right? And she's like, girl, just wait. And I was like, like oh my God, the reveal in Kingdom of the Feared, I was like,
really?
it was
I'm
like,
gonna do it. After Throne of Glass, I've decided that's my next series. So do you like it even more than Blood and Ash?
yes, just because it's like an easier read than Blood and Ash.
Yeah.
Blood and Ash is so detail heavy and everything keeps changing and the pace is faster. But Carrie Maniscalco is on Instagram and she's fucking hilarious. I love her, but she'll like reply to people and she reposted my AI art of Envy before and like it was great. But I love her. And so when she was like, do we want, more books with like the other princes stories? And everyone was like,
yeah.
So that is Envy's, and Throne of Secrets is coming out this fall, which is, I believe, Gluttony's.
Oh my gosh.
Which is actually kind of funny because everyone in the comments, they wanted Pride story and Sloth story.
And she's giving you Gluttony and
and we got Envy first, now we have Gluttony. And she's like, saving the best for last, bitches. Yeah. We're like, go do it, Carrie.
They all wanted Pride and what was the other one?
Sloth is my baby.
You like Sloth? He's your favorite?
Sloth. He's my favorite. He is the very intellectual introvert who is obsessed with books, just wants to be lazy and read all day. He has like he looks like Callius from Avatar. He has like the white shaggy hair and the ice blue eyes. I love him. Sloth. And he has like a really, really like spicy quote in Kingdom of the Feared. And everyone's like, Sloth?
He sounds perfect.
He was talking to Lust and he's like, I bet I know more ways to pleasure a woman than you from reading and how to make it last longer. And like they have this banter and it's so funny because Lust is actually fucking hilarious too. And people kind of wanted his book too. And she's like giving us everyone else's first.
But his. Do you think
so I'm going to bet that after Gluttonies, we're going to get Greeds.
and no one wants Greeds? Like nobody?
He was not. Well, we got a lot of greed in Kingdom of the Feared, even though it wasn't his book. There was like a big scene at his mansion and everything, which was really funny. So he's kind of hilarious too. They're all like hilarious, like they're all great, but like Sloth is a fan favorite, and Lust and Pride are fan favorites. Just because Lust is hilarious and Pride is very like mysterious. It's kind of like the Asriel. And so everyone like wants to know his story.
Tell me more about Pride,
stuff. So, again, I'm not going to give you spoilers, but during the first three, during the trilogy, it's basically said that Pride is the devil, and he's just not cleaning up any rumors people hear about.
He just like lets it be.
Doesn't care. He's like say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. Go ahead. And he has like this scar across his lip and like nobody knows why it's there or what happened. And so yeah, everyone's like,
that's amazing.
Pride story and Sloth story and Lust story. And she's like, Envy and Gluttony.
It's so funny because I've seen these authors like and watching these authors like go online, it's really interesting to see their personalities and stuff. And it's like some of them, I saw this one reel today and I was kind of like, it was kind of a turn off where the author was like, when you pour an entire year of your life into a book and then fans read it in 24 hours and I saw that. Did you see that? And I don't know why, but to me that kind of hits a little wrong. Like,
Yeah.
I get what
It's like
she's
that's what they're
saying.
gonna do if they're excited about your book. Like,
I know, and you should be
they're
like
not telling you
thrilled.
you can't take your time with the sequel
I
because
know,
obviously writing a book takes time.
I know. So I was a little put off by that. So like whenever I see an author that is like happy about their fans, like just like digesting or or
Yeah.
just their work.
Yeah.
I
Excited
want
about
to
wanting their
support
work.
them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for
But
saying that because
but
I
yeah,
couldn't
I
put the word
just
to it.
I love Carrie. She's so funny. I love her. And
Is she?
there's so many TikToks like hating the books and bashing the books and how she's unoriginal and the books are boring and they're one-dimensional and like there's so much hate on TikTok for her in these books too, which really sucks because they're actually really good books. Like,
So
what are you
what was
comparing it to?
I
It's
was just say what's unoriginal about it because I've never
I
read a book that has
yeah,
to do with the seven deadly
yeah.
sins. Have you?
No, I haven't. It's one of my favorite fucking tropes. Again, going back to Charmed because there's a whole episode about sins. That's one of my aunt's favorites that she puts on all the
I love
time.
it.
And I'm like, we are not on San Francisco again. And she's like, we're watching San Francisco again.
You're like, okay.
I was like, okay. I'm like, so I don't know. I guess seeing that a lot. I'm like, I like series that are like that. So I do have a few series that are the Princes of the Sins, Princes of Sins, and but I haven't read them. This is the first one that I read.
Yeah, I've actually never read a series that has to do with that. So to me, I don't feel like I mean, I haven't read it yet, but I don't feel like
Yeah.
she's like unoriginal because it's like
Yeah.
every author does that. You take
Yeah.
from mythology or you
Like
take
how
from
many fairy tale retellings do we have?
I know.
Like,
I
and
know.
yet they're all different. So it's like you can't come on.
No, you really can't. There's so many, I mean, even like, Sarah J. Maas, I mean, like some of her stuff is like not the most original,
Yeah.
but it's their spin on it.
It's the
These
spin
tiny
on it.
spins,
Yeah.
and they're so good.
But see, I've said this before, and this is why I think my book probably won't be that popular because it has like as I said, there's a couple aspects where like I read Crescent City 3 and I was kind of pissed because
Yeah.
like there were aspects of stuff in Crescent City 3 that's in my book from obviously before like a year ago when I wrote it before Crescent City 3 came out. But I'm like, my book isn't the same as Crescent City 3, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But a lot of my book is like just like the magic system is just very basic and it's not super not detailed. It's just not super like complicated.
Yeah.
It's very
You know what
basic.
though? I don't think it has to be. Sometimes I think the best books are the most like simple and
Yeah.
it's like based, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be this crazy complex
But like
world
there's
like
not
Crescent City
like
and Avatar
there's
is.
not like a ton of like there's tropes, but it doesn't like lean heavily into the tropes and it's not
Yeah.
fae and it's not vampires and it's literally just magical people and human people and that's it.
I love it. But I love that because I think we need the palate cleanser because everyone's writing about the fae and everyone's
Yeah.
writing about the gods and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? We need something different. So I think
Yeah.
people would actually love to read that. So I
Yeah.
just agree with what you said earlier.
It's more kind of like Charmed-esque. Like that's
Yes.
where
but
it's
we
just
like that.
where like the premise for Charmed when they pitched the show was that they wanted it to be about three sisters who happen to be witches instead of three witches who happen to be sisters.
Yeah.
So it leaned more heavily on like the sister aspect than them just being witches. And like so it focused on like their lives and all this stuff too with the magic stuff in it. So that's kind of what my book is. It's like them trying to navigate both, Kana and her regular normal human life that's kind of boring and you just go to work and you come home and then you have Rise who is literally stuck being a prince and he never asked for it and his father is a super strict king and his cousins are awful and like how he navigated that on top of like all of these powers that he couldn't control and everything in that regard. So it's like both, but it leans heavily on like their life.
I like that though.
at the same
I
time.
think we need more of that. So I'm just waiting for you to finish your book, because it's like we're ready to read it. We're ready to like get published and stuff like that. Truly, it's really good. She's an amazing writer, you guys. Like, you need to go read her fanfics, and then hopefully this book will be done with by the end of this year, maybe.
Maybe. Well, draft 1. I'm still in the first fucking draft. And then, like, I don't know how to get an agent. Like, I don't know how any of this shit works. I know I have to get an agent. I don't know how to get an agent, but I know there's websites and stuff for it.
Yeah.
If
you
anyone
should, you
has any
try.
advice and has traditionally published, shoot me a DM on Instagram because I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, that'd be amazing if someone could give advice.
I do have an author account on Instagram. It's author ML Rut. So if you guys follow that, you can follow everything that has to do just with my original book. Because obviously the books in writing is like my fandom page and everyone else's books. So I made one for myself and my books.
Yay! Well, let's hope you get an agent, that the book will be done by the end of this year. We can be reading it maybe in like a year or two. So
I know.
we'll be working on it.
It's
We're
so
gonna
hard
work
to
on
get published. It's so hard. My
I
aunt
am
is also a writer. She writes
Really?
like older kid teen stories
Yeah.
with her friend. And she's tried to get published a billion times, but yeah.
I did not realize that it was so difficult to get published. I actually just found this out this week because I started writing myself, you know, kind of just like a side hobby that Melanie and I have talked about a little bit, but I didn't realize that. And I know, why is that so hard? Is it because there's such an influx in writers? There's so
Yeah,
many people
I
doing
think
it.
it also depends on the genre. Like romantasy is really in right now, so there's going to be
Yeah.
like floods of people trying to get published, and you know.
Yeah, I do know.
But I do have, I've told you, I do have a second book that I had started a while ago. I think I have like 5-ish chapters of that one. It's a friends to lovers book, like a angsty sort of, I want to say rom-com, but it's not really comedy. It's more like romantic angst because
I like that.
you know, because drama.
Because #drama. People love drama.
Literally
It's
the
true.
prologue is like the MC getting rolled into surgery because he got into a huge car accident, and there's like a stop sign jutting out of his
Nice.
chest.
I like that
And
already.
the FMC like bawling. And like, yeah, that's like the prologue. And then I go back in time and it starts chapter 1, like right before they graduate college.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And I love that it's a stop sign that's protruding from his abdomen. That's so amazing.
Like right through his chest.
You know, that kind of reminds me, it does and it doesn't, of that movie Something Like Heaven with Reese Witherspoon. But
I've never
that was
seen
like,
that.
oh, that was like 15, maybe 20 years ago, actually. But this sounds amazing. So I need you to finish both your books. I need you to get an agent, because let's be real, you gotta get published.
The MC has like literally all of the features that I like.
I want to read it.
His name is Roland Atwood, and he's British.
That's a good name.
And he has this big mane of ruby red hair and freckles and ice blue eyes.
Ooh, Roland.
And Zadie Pinson is the FMC, and she has like golden brown hair and blue eyes and like, you know, American, and she's just like, yeah, we're friends. Yeah, we're friends. Yeah, we're friends. He's like, yeah,
of
we're
course,
friends.
like,
Like, you know, that whole trope.
Yeah.
And it's just funny because he's like softer for a MMC, and but she's also kind of soft. And it started out that they became friends through her middle school's pen pal program.
Oh, that's really cute, actually. That's really cute.
Where I might have explained this before, but where he became her pen pal because he was actually in a British orphanage and they were sending, pen pal letters to like orphans so they could make like international friends and like it was like this whole program. And when she grew up and like the program stopped or whatever, they decided to email each other because by then there was email and they were in high school, and so they kept in touch. And basically it turned out that they applied to the same college and he applied as an international student and they both got in, so then they met for the first time
Oh, I love that.
when he showed up for college, and it's like really cute and there's flashbacks and stuff and hijinks and
Melanie, I love that so much. That's such a good idea.
yeah. And like but there's also like really kind of like sad and angsty aspects. So my aunt is also obsessed with Law and Order SVU, so
Yep.
there's like a lot of episodes about like college and like how like sexual assault in colleges and all this. So there's like this scene where like she almost gets sexually assaulted, but he like shows up and he sees it happening and he like flips out and he takes her out of there, and like she's super out of it 'cause she was drugged. And that's a scene.
Oh my God.
But he
Okay.
saves her,
You need
obviously.
to work on this. You need to spend time doing this. If it's not done by the end of this year, I think we should all hold Melanie accountable that she
Which
needs to
one?
finish.
Which one?
Well,
Both of them?
I'm kind of actually in love with this pen pal one now.
But now I feel like it's like I haven't read it yet, but like now I feel like it's like Divine Rivals. Is that like
I mean, no,
I'm
yours is
getting annoyed because I had all these ideas and now all these books are out
that's
that
why
are
you
like
need
my
to do
ideas.
it. No, that's different enough from Divine Rivals that it would be original. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like modern. It's not really, I think Divine Rivals is like World War whatever.
Kind of
right?
like World War II-ish, but it's not really like
Yeah.
it's alluded to it's World War II. So
Yeah. So
yeah.
like I have this idea that maybe basically he is trying to go for his citizenship. So he's like studying for the citizenship test and he is looking for apartments. And like, you know how like in college you have like shitty like dead end jobs with like minimum wage and all that stuff. So
Yes, I
he
do.
obviously was an orphan. He obviously doesn't have any family. And so like right after college, like he's not going to have a dorm room anymore. So he's looking for an apartment and he thinks that he got this apartment, but then it turns out he didn't get the apartment. So then he has nowhere to stay. So he's like living out of his truck and he refuses to tell Zadie this because he knows that her parents would take him in and he doesn't want to be like a moocher. And so he's like living out of his truck and like showering at the gym. And he has like a panic attack at one point and where she almost finds out because he's trying to apply for jobs. He wants to be a social worker. And obviously, he's
Melanie,
applying for jobs. And
right
so,
now.
in order to apply for jobs, he needs an address. So, he has to use her parents' address. And it turns out that she didn't get an apartment. So, she's actually now living with her parents until she can get her own apartment. And she actually got her dream job, and so he doesn't want to like impede
What's
on
her dream
anything
job?
in her life. So she is a photojournalist or wants to be a photojournalist, and so the title is called Photographs and Heartstrings.
Oh my gosh. Melanie, I have to read this. I'm not just like blowing smoke up your, you know what? I mean it. That means we can't film for a day for you to work on your book. Then so be it.
Like,
I gotta read that.
because when I'm like writing it, like again, I've only gotten like 5 chapters in or whatever, but like when I'm writing this, like I can kind of see it as like a movie, like a movie.
Yep.
Like I could see the scenes, like, and he like refuses to tell her because he doesn't want her to feel bad for him. And like she's gonna basically get that dream job, and then like her boss is gonna hit on her, and she might go out with her boss for a while, and it only makes him feel worse because he's in love with her, and it's a whole thing.
It sounds wonderful. It sounds wonderful. I want to read it. Please give me an art copy. Can I be like a beta reader for
Yes,
you?
yes, yes.
Okay.
You're gonna get a copy before people get an ARC copy. Let's be real. Like you're gonna get like the rough draft. But instead of the trope where like, oh, his life is so terrible and with love it's all good.
All better.
It's just he ends up in the hospital almost dying.
I love it.
Like his life just gets worse.
Make it realistic. Make this poor guy gonna fucking suffer it. Everyone's gonna suffer. All the readers are gonna suffer with him.
He suffers.
That is so sad. That like breaks my heart.
But yeah, it's just I have sent the prologue to a couple people and they're like, what the fuck? Because she's just like sobbing and she's covered in his blood and she's like on her knees on the floor of the emergency room and like she can barely hear anyone like talking to her and like she passes out and it's just this whole thing. And
that's amazing. You need to pursue this. I'm like serious. Like I'm gonna text you after this because I need to have a serious
like it. I wish I knew more artists because you know those people that can just do those adorable, perfect cartoon covers? Like I want a cartoon
like Icebreaker?
cover.
Like are you talking about like this? Like Icebreaker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I want a cartoon cover like that.
I think you should. You'll have to reach out to. There's a bunch of people who you
because like I have it in my head that it's like them in like her apartment and like there's like little Polaroids strung up with like fairy lights that from her job and like he's there and he's finally like a social worker and there's like maybe like little kids in the background or something like I don't know something that would
I love it
both
draw people in so that there's some hope at the end of the tunnel. I love it. Oh my gosh.
Obviously there will be a happy ever after, duh, but
there has to be.
It's gonna take a lot of pain for that.
You're one of those authors. We know. We've read your stuff. You just like to inflict. You're just like Sarah. You just inflict upon us all.
So much.
We read to escape, people, not to be more emotionally traumatized.
I was talking to Miriam about my romantasy book and like how I know what I want to write, but I don't know what I want to write because I have specific scenes in my head where like I know kind of how I want it to go down, but you kind of have to lead into it. And like there's so many different like paths or strings that you can take to get there. And I don't know. And this is why I put everything off because I'm like, I can't make a decision for my life.
Yeah. I understand that because it's the same. Like I just been thinking a lot. I know that I sent you mine, like just like the little clip, and I've been writing more off and on. But it's kind of hard to like. How do you bring? Because I have scenes and I know what I want.
Bring it to that conclusion,
together and like the series of events, the sequence of events, like to lead up to this big.
And everyone who knows me knows that I cannot outline for my life. I just can't do it because if I put something down in an outline, it's not gonna stay there. Like, depending on what I write in the moment, what I feel in the moment, like it's not going to be what I put down in an outline. I have to like, it's very based on feelings when I write, like how I want it to go in the moment. So I can't really plan ahead. I'm not a planner at all. I'm a pantser. 100%. Everything is just in my head. Like
I like it though.
It's like awful.
You know, there was a method that I saw actually that Rebecca Yarros uses, and I was like, ooh, I like this. And she's a flashcard person, and so it looks like she writes her.
Are you trying to make me look like that crazy guy with the strings attached to her thing? Because that's already in my head.
We're already there. No, but she had everything, like all the events, like what you like labeled. I don't know if they're chapters or if they're events in her book. and she flips things around on like how things can like fit. And I was like,
Yeah.
I might try that. I think that's a great idea.
I
Because I'm not a
just
huge
have,
outliner.
I just have, hold on.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same way. It's all on my phone.
I just have all these notes. This
Yeah.
might happen, and this will happen, and this will happen. I don't know when, but it will.
I know. I was like working out this week, like on the treadmill. I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And I like started to type it out on my pads.
Best ideas come when I'm like either driving to work or driving from work and I can't write them down, or like right when I'm falling asleep.
Yes. I've had that. I was up the other night, like with the kids, like trying to put them to sleep because they haven't slept in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm like trying to like type it out this like scene. I'm like, you have to type it out.
I know.
And I've got like one eye closed, one
eye
like,
closed, and you're like typing notes, and then the next day you're like, what the fuck does this mean?
I know. I'm like, I can't. None of this is legible. That's really weird.
But we were talking about like the villain, and because I was like, I don't really think there has to be a reason for a villain to be a villain. I think they can just be a terrible person. And so we had like a little back and forth about this because she was like, oh, I think there definitely has to be, or there should be a reason that someone becomes a villain. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I feel like, yeah, in some books that'll work, but in some books, like, they're just genuinely like a piece of shit and they don't care.
Yeah.
You know, like kind of like a sociopath. How there's really no reason, they just are.
Yeah. People are born, some people are born that way. Yeah.
Yeah. But I did have actually a good idea on a backstory for the villain, which we know is Rise's uncle. And he, as I have said before, has like this monstrous beast form, kind of like Tamlin, but he actually actively uses it to hurt people to get a sense of power. And so I have a scene where I've said Kana is in like the dungeon. And so I actually had an idea to go back and add in that when she's in that cell that she sees claw marks on the wall. And she's gonna be like, what the hell? What the hell? And so basically, I had this good idea that because he was the spare and not the heir, that he was kind of like a brat, and you know, the family didn't really care what he did, but then they also did because they had a reputation to uphold. So when his like every time he would act out or whatever, they would just kind of abuse him, kind of, not really abuse him, but like they would force him to shift to try to control himself, or like they would treat him like a dog or whatever, and they would punish him for the heir because they couldn't hurt the heir. And so that kind of turned into his hatred of the king, aka his brother, which is why all of this shit happened, and he wants him dead and wants to be the king. And I just thought that was like a good idea because that would go with his character pretty well.
That's really sad.
And
I like it though.
And that's why he was awful to his children, and he wanted them to be sociopathic, and why he sees like any type of caring as weakness. And that's why like Vix is just, he's very morally gray, but he's kind of fucked up from having a father.
Well, yeah. If someone treated me like a dog and punched me,
yeah. So yeah,
up too.
Yeah.
I have the most uncomfortable chair. Sorry, I'm like, my chair is like killing me, and every single one of our episodes, I have to like readjust myself, and it drives me so crazy. I hate it. Every time I see it, I'm like,
get a new chair.
So I'm actually, that's a really good idea. I am gonna get a new chair. Thank you for the idea. No, I like it.
Yeah, it's just basically gonna be like, in the end, like he just wants ultimate power, and he doesn't care who he has to go through to get it. Like he would kill, like he already killed one of his sons off, like through his plan. He doesn't care. And now like Vix is just like, I don't know, do I trust him? Do I not trust him? And like Vix is portrayed as the villain, and like he is the villain for a while, but he's really under his dad, who's the real villain. Not to give anything too crazy.
Yeah, don't give any more away. Stop. Don't give your book ideas away.
But yeah.
Too many of them. I love it. Well, I am excited, and I hope that you finish your books this year because we all need some more reading material.
I hope so.
I hope so too. Let's see it. Let's read some more.
I've been so sucked into fanfics, and people are like, when's the next chapter? When's the next chapter? And I'm like, I'm doing my best. I wrote 3 chapters yesterday, and I'm on my 4th today.
I'm so proud of you. That's a lot of work.
And I wrote that Gwenreel poem.
I loved that Gwenreel poem. Oh my God, it was beautiful. It was real.
For the prompt. It's for the prompt on Monday.
It's really gorgeous.
Well, by the time this airs, Gwenreel weeks will be over, but I would have posted it on my Instagram. Yeah.
Perfect. I love it. Well, so to kind of segue into Gwenreel and talking about like mythical creatures that you said, you came up with this theory that I actually loved because I didn't recognize it at the time. But I want you to tell me a little bit more about it. The Asterian horse theory. Can we go over that, please?
I have had this saved up for weeks, and since I have seen people talking about it on TikTok, so I'm a little bit peeved, but it's fine.
They've been talking about it? Oh my goodness.
A couple people have posted about it. So I was a little annoyed that we didn't get it on the podcast yet. But I'm going to pull up my TikTok from a few weeks ago. I forget when I posted it. Let's see. February, middle of February, I posted it. About a month ago. So I think I did say this one on one of the episodes, and then
we talked about it,
and then we drifted off to something else.
We brought it up and then kind of skipped over it. We didn't go in detail.
Yeah. So anyways, I'm just gonna read what I have, and you can interrupt with your thoughts.
Love it.
And this heavily ties into Moore too, which I think we both don't like Moore, but
I don't like Moore. I think she's the mean girl.
She's a mean girl,
and I don't
she's
like
very sus. Where the fuck is she? What the fuck is Valahan? I don't know.
She's nasty. She leads people on. She's a liar.
Pathological liar. There's no fucking way those paints were Amaran's.
Yeah, don't mess with me, liar. Okay, go on.
So, as we know, we have that quote by Thanatos about how the black crowns were collars. We've said it a million times. I'm not going to say it again, but I said that this leads us to believe that the Tog world was invaded before Hell, because they did say that Midgard was right after Hell.
Okay. Okay.
They said that Midgard was after Hell. So Tog was before Hell, and how they adapted from the collars to the crowns. Yeah. So the collars, as we know, seemed to be like the first experiment in Tog. Like they were experimenting with them in Tog, with Kaltane and Roland and Dorian, and they didn't really seem like they knew what they were doing in Tog with them. They knew that they were working against people with magic, but they didn't really know exactly. That's why they had all those experiments in Morath as well to see what else they could do and blah blah blah. So I said I think Aelin probably fucked up. She put them through the gate. The Hell has the rifts out to other worlds. We know that Aelin trapped them in a Hell realm. Aelin.
Oh, Aelin. Wait a second. What book was that in?
Kingdom of Ash.
I'm not there yet.
I know. I'm on Queen of Shadows, but I know what happens. Again, I just want to fucking talk to you about what happens with the king, and you're not there yet.
I know. Well, we're okay. So the plan
is someone post the quote yesterday on Instagram, and I was like, I should not be feeling bad for the King of Aderlin, but I feel so bad for him.
Oh my God, stop.
Ugh. But anyways, Aelin
God.
traps the gods, all of the gods in a hell realm, including Mala and Elena and Deanna and, you know, everyone, good and bad, the good and the bad gods. Which kind of sucks because, like, they're kind of the start of your line, Aelin. And I mean, Elena's like very trickstery, gaslighty. Elena reminds me of Reese, actually.
Really?
Because she says shit and she like pumps up Aelin, like knowing that she's the fucking sacrifice. Like knowing that she's gonna have to die for them. And she's like, you go, girl. You go, girl. You gotta do this. You gotta do this. You gotta do this. And she never tells her once, like, you're the sacrifice, bitch. Like, you're gonna die.
Oh
So
my
she's leading
God.
her to her death.
She pulled a Dumbledore. That's what Dumbledore did.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck, Elena?
That's
But
so
because it has to be a descendant of Mala, and it's either Aelin or Dorian. People hate Kale because they basically had a vote or whatever, whether it was going to be Aelin or Dorian. And of course, like, he chooses Aelin because, like, Dorian's like his fucking brother. Aelin's his ex. Like, who would expect him not to pick Aelin?
I would choose my brother over my ex any day of the week.
Like, who honestly thought that he was gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna send Dorian to be the sacrifice? Like, obviously he's gonna vote for fucking Aelin.
Oh, wait, are you serious that that's why people hate Kale?
Yeah. They're like, oh, he didn't give two shits that she had to sacrifice herself. He only cared about fucking Dorian. And like, yeah, he can care about Dorian, but he didn't give two shits about Aelin's life. And blah, blah, blah,
She
blah,
broke
blah.
up with him.
And like,
Okay.
and like, okay, like they were on good terms at that point. Okay, like I get it, but Aelin knew at that point that she was more powerful. Aelin knew at that point that she was the sacrifice. The vote was kind of stupid. And the fact that they even had a vote because Adian is Aelin's family, Rowan is Aelin's mate, Lysandra is Aelin's best friend, Dorian is also Aelin's cousin. Like, obviously, everyone was gonna be like, oh, let's save Aelin, let's save Aelin, let's save Aelin. But then Aelin's obviously like the self-sacrificial one. So she wasn't gonna let Dorian die. When like Elena already was like, you're the sacrifice. Like, she wasn't gonna let Dorian
Yeah,
die.
there shouldn't have even been a vote. It was already decided. So like that was
like Elena already chose Aelin, basically. But then she was like, well, it has to be a descendant of Mala. And I guess it was never truly chosen or whatever. But it was whoever could like use all the word keys with their power and like stuff like that. So again, I don't know all the details, but technically it kinda had to be Aelin anyway.
Yeah. Okay, well, people have really crazy expectations. If that is why
Kale is human, surrounded by these immortal people and these people with magic. Like, what do they expect him to do? He's like a 21-year-old kid. He's obviously going to go to bat for his kingdom and not Aelin's. Why did they expect him to be like, oh yeah, let's save Terrasen and who gives a shit about Aderlin? Like, he's going to want to save his own kingdom.
That's crazy. This is insane. This is
like anyway, now that I ranted.
We're good.
Anyway, I think Aelin fucked up by putting them through the gates. And because everyone's like, I don't know if the Tog gods were the Asteria and the Valg. I don't know if the Tog gods are blah, 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 blah. Because it's just complicated because, like, technically the gods fought against the Valg, right? But I don't think that's a valid argument because Maeve pretended to be a Fae Queen, pretended to be one of them, fought against the Valg, and she was a fucking Valg Queen the whole time, hiding in plain sight. So, you can't tell me that all of the gods were just gods. Like, I feel like maybe they created the Valg, or like accidentally. I think like maybe they accidentally created the Valg, and
Okay.
then they were trying to clean up their mistake with the word keys and everything.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Again, I haven't read the whole series yet. I guess we'll see. But yeah. But anyways, in Tog, we know that there are a very rare breed of horses called the Asterian horses,
Yeah.
who can like run as fast as the wind, and like they have like these kind of, they're like hard to breed, and they have like these special qualities, and like everyone's like, oh my god, they cost so much money, which again reminds me of the smoke hounds that Eris has. And I said I'm going to be elaborating on the Asterian horses and some more of the Wild Hunt and the Starborn. The Asterian horses are not Pegasi, so they are not Helian's Pegasi. They're different. In Moore's POV in Akathas, which I think we've gone over, about Athelwood, how she bought it 300 years ago and kept it for the horses. The horses, though, ... Moore felt every inch of land they galloped across, felt the wind and smelled the hills and snow, and could see the passing wall of dense forest to her left, alive. It was all alive, and her ever more so when she rode. Morrigan. Oh, you are connected to these horses. Why?
Ooh.
Athelwood had come with 6 horses, the previous owner having grown bored with them. I don't believe that. Fucking Amarantha killed them. Anyway. All of them rare and coveted breeds. So, like, Asterian horses, I don't think are like, are they? I don't think they're just a breed. I think they're like a type of magical horse that could be any breed. That's how I took it anyway.
Interesting. I didn't realize that. I just thought with like one breed.
Because we don't really get like Aelin's was like a black stallion.
Yeah.
Then I don't know if there's more. I think there's more later. Which I don't think they have to be black stallions, but who knows. They had been as worth as much as the sprawling estate and the 300 pristine acres. Valahan was a land of rolling hills, burbling streams. I said it sounded like Terrace or Dornell. She pulled Elia to a halt atop one of the larger hills, letting the mare rest. Even as Elia yanked on the reins, she'd run until her heart gave out, had never been quite as docile as her handlers desired. Moore loved her all the greater for it. She had always been drawn to the untamed wild things of the world. Of course you have been. Because you and your cousin are part Valk. Bitch, that's why. I said that I believe these are the Asterian horses, and that they are named that because they were the horses that the gods / the Asteri rode in the Wild Hunt. Because as we know, Lanthes rode at the head of the Wild Hunt. He bled black like Vesperus. They're Asteri.
Yeah. Or an Asteri like child, or like a experiment, I think.
Yeah, I said this is why Elia is super fast, not docile, and I assume that the others are the same. Lanthus seethed. I wrote it in the Wild Hunt before you were even a scrap of existent, which from Orid I summoned the hounds in the world, cowered at their baying. I galloped at the head of the hunt. The Fae and beast bowed before us. Ataraxia sang the heart song of the wind as it whipped through the air. Lanthus's head and corpse fell in different directions, thumping upon the stone. Strange black blood spurted from his form. The exact same way that she killed Vesperus. We shall resurrect the Wild Hunt and ride rampant through the night. We shall build palaces of ice and flame, palaces of darkness and starlight. Magic shall flow untethered again. So, Lanthus knew about the First Light cores. That's what he wanted. He wanted the First Light cores to flow, like Vesperus. Remember when she like...
Wait, when did you say that? When did it say that?
He says, magic shall flow untethered again. We shall resurrect the Wild Hunt. float untethered, that's what Vesperus did in that scene when she stepped onto the thing and the light started flowing up her. And Bryce was like, oh, fuck. And then Nesta was like, fuck no. Like stabbed her through the chest, stopped the first light from going into her, and then killed her, like beheaded her. So he had to know about the first light cores, which again connects him to Vesperus, which both makes them an Asteri, because Vesperus says she was an Asteri. So I said Lanthus knew there were first light cores that were bound under the mountains because the magic did flow untethered, just not his type of magic, Asteri magic. There are 2 left, one under Ramiel and one under the mountain, since Bryce took the prison one. But that means that not only did some of the Asteri dwell in Prythian still, like Lanthus and Vesperus, and most likely the 3 death gods, but some of their pets' creations did as well from the first time that rifts opened. This can explain the awful creatures that lurk in the middle and around Prythian, like the Kelpie, the Naga, the Puka, etc. I would assume that they would also have black blood.
Okay.
Because it's interesting, the creatures that she doesn't explain the blood color.
She never explained like the cereal's blood or Kelpie or
Naga. So on Google, it says, because I Google shit too. On Google, it says, in the body of lore surrounding the Wild Hunt, we find a number of themes that connect it powerfully with the dead and the underworld. For one thing, there's the ghostly character of the hunters or warriors themselves, dogs and horses, animals that were closely associated with death, among a great many other things, were almost invariably present. So the horses and the hounds.
Yeah, are you talking about like Eris's hounds, or are you talking about the hellhounds? Okay.
The horses and that, because the hellhounds were created by Thanatos.
Yeah.
Who's a prince of hell. So those are different.
Okay.
Those aren't I think he created them to battle.
Combat them, yep.
Yeah, combat the Asteri's creations.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Eris's hounds, come on. Both those horses and Eris's hounds being super rare and super expensive and super blah, 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 blah. Right on the next slide. I said I also want to point out that Eris and the Autumn Court are in possession of extremely rare smoke hounds. I believe they are not actually made of smoke, but that they actually have or are a spirit form and are the Wild Hunt hounds. That's what Autumn uses them for, hunting prey. I'd be willing to bet that Eris's dogs were the ones who caught Azriel spying and not Eris himself. That's what they are for, to hunt down prey.
Yeah.
By scent alone. So even if Azriel was in shadow form, if they caught a whiff of his scent, they would find him.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Because Eris didn't so much shift in his seat. Several dozen of my soldiers were out on patrol in my land several days ago and have not reported back. We found no sign of battle. Even my hounds couldn't track them beyond their last known location. So the hounds could not track the soldiers, which I've said before, because they were under the thrall of the crown, which was made by the cauldron itself. So the only thing more powerful than the Asteri's creations are creations made by the cauldron.
Okay. And the cauldron was created by Erd.
By Erd and tainted by the Asteri.
Yep.
But Erd also, as we know, still has control of it, technically. I said this is because their scent was being cloaked by the influence of the crown. Cauldron made object of the dread trove, therefore the hounds would only recognize it as an old master's scent. Those hounds were the best in Prythian, canines blessed with magic of their own, gray and sleek like smoke. They could race as fast as the wind, sniff out any prey. They were so highly prized that the Autumn Court forbade them from being given or sold beyond its borders, and so expensive that only its nobility owned them. They were bred rarely enough that even one was extremely difficult to come by. Eris, Cassie, and New had 12. So we have the mirror between how fast, that they're both as fast as the wind. And not very docile. They're used for hunting. I find it interesting that Moore has the horses, Eris has the hounds, and Baron and Kier are older and have secrets. Perhaps the cauldron sought to put the two together once more, and that is why Moore and Eris are mates.
I like that. I like that idea.
They wanted to so the tainted cauldron or whatever
Yeah.
wanted to rejoin the hounds and the horses
The evil
and
part
their
of the cult.
masters.
Yeah.
More and Eris, rejected mates, though. I said, also the Wild Hunt and Samhain, aka Callan May and Prithian, both are celebrations of magic as well as the thinning of the veil between life and death. Tamlin has to hunt the white stag before the event begins. There is also symbolism of the spirits that help the Wild Hunt, or perhaps spirit of the hunted that will show up in the form of the will-o-wisps. After Tam hunts down the white stag and kills it for the sacrificial offering, he'll make his way to that secret cave where he'll find the path lined with fairy females waiting to be chosen as his mate for tonight. And then from the opposite side of the meadow, 24 of shimmering shapes floated out from across the grass, little more than mirages of moonlight. That was when the singing began. It was a collective voice, but in it existed both male and female, two sides of the same coin, singing to each other in a call and response. I raised a hand to my throat as their music rose and they danced. Ghostly and ethereal, they waltzed across the field no more than slender slants of moonlight. What are they? Will-o'-the-wisps, spirits of air and light, Tamlin said softly, come to celebrate the solstice.
I love that. I love that scene.
I love that scene so much. Do we think that they are the old hunters or the hunted? Because they're kind of tricksters.
The Will of the Wisps?
Yeah. They might be the hunted because they
I feel like they'd be hunted. Yeah.
I said, I'm willing to bet that when the courts were created, the horses and the hounds were split up, and Autumn got the hounds. Eventually, the horses were traded to the continent in Valahan.
Yeah.
I believe the Spring Court people had been the most connected, amicable, power-hungry, like the Daglin Asteri, that they are the ones who kept the wild hunt tradition, especially when Lanthus was captured by Selene. Due to the millennia, the tradition got watered down from the wild hunt in winter to what is now simply Callan May, celebrated during the spring equinox to celebrate the Spring Court.
That's interesting that you tied the wild hunt to the Spring Court. There's no evidence of that in any of the books, though, Melanie.
I have more.
Okay.
I said, I think that this is why Tamlin's family and father was so eager to join with Hybern and Amarantha. They were Asteri. Think Maeve giving herself a fae body and pretending she was Mora and Mab's sister. So I think Hybern and Amarantha literally glamored themselves as fae. They were Asteri, but they presented as fae just like Maeve.
Okay.
Maeve made everybody believe she was a fae queen. Hybern and Amarantha made everybody believe they were a fae king and queen.
True.
This is why they both had black eyes and immense dark magic, once torn away from the cauldron and their spells, as well as what I believe to be the Asteri's original spell/experiment book, which would be Hybern's spellbook, in which Amarantha used a prototype of the Crescent City parasite to steal the High Lord's magic and draw it into herself. I also believe that to counteract the evil, the mother mated Tamlin's mother to Tamlin's father, and that his mother had starborn magic, which appeared in Tamlin as well, which then allowed him to fight the influence of the Asteri. I think that Amarantha knew that he was the threat, and that's why she wanted him under her thumb, similar to Thea with Vesperus, which I've explained before. So, is Tamlin going to be needed to get to those first light cores, since he is the only one right now with actual starborn power and light that we see in Prithian? We know that Nesta probably will once Dusk chooses her as the High Lady or Queen, but right now she does not have the Starlight. I also wonder if maybe Tamlin's mother put hers in the Starlight pool for safekeeping, the way that Vesperus hid the Asteri power in the cores.
Interesting. Okay.
Because you know how like Selene gave her daughters, also she hid parts of her Starlight in her daughters, so did Tamlin's mother hide hers and put it in the Starlight pool?
That's pretty cool.
Right. Also, I still kind of believe that the Starlight pool is the water of the cauldron before it was tainted by the Asteri.
I also like that idea. That's a really fun idea.
I think it is.
I like that. Why do you feel that way?
Just because, like, Tamlin pretends that he doesn't know anything, right? But he's like, oh, like if you drink it, you'll be happy forever. If you drink it, this and this and this will happen. And we know that when, even though it was like tainted by then, we know that when Elaine and Nesta drowned in the cauldron, they turned immortal. They turned fae.
Yeah, it could be. I love that idea. I love that idea.
He's like, don't drink the water. Don't drink the water.
Interesting.
Yeah, here it is. It says, maybe Tamlin's mother hoped that it would strengthen Tamlin's magic every time he went into the pool, and that this is why what she ended up doing for him before she died. He also tells Feyre this. Tamlin crouched by the pool and cupped his hand to fill it. He tilted his hand, letting the water fall. Have a look. The silvery, sparkling water that dribbled from his hand set ripples dancing across the pool, each glimmering with various colors, and that looks like starlight. He huffed a laugh, filling and emptying his hand again. I gaped at the glittering water. It is starlight. He huffed a laugh. That's impossible, I said, fighting the urge to take a step toward the water. This is Prithian. According to your legends, nothing is impossible. How? I was unable to take my eyes from the pool, the silver, but also the blue and red and pink and yellow glinting beneath, the lightness of it. I don't know, I never asked, and no one explained. This was my favorite haunt as a boy, and what would happen if I were to drink the water? Tamlin straightened a bit, then relaxed. Legend claims you would be happy until your last breath.
I love it. I think that's a great idea.
So the fact that it wasn't explained to him just reminds me of the fact that Bryce had no idea that there were 3 parts of the starlight.
Yeah.
Are we going to see some sort of, I kind of don't want like another hologram, but like, are we going to see something in regards to Tamlin's history? Is he going to fucking find out something when they're looking for those first light cores? Like,
I don't know.
Everything's connected.
Yeah.
Everything's connected.
I feel like I don't know. After Crescent C3, I'm like so weary of being like it's all connected because I mean it wasn't. So
like, and then like, so how we said that like another connection, which is actually kind of really annoying to me because during my reread, obviously I'm only like on the first book, but during like my Akawar reread or whatever, when Ianthe gets killed by the Weaver, I got to that part and I had a thought. So if the death gods are Asteri, even if they aren't Asteri, wouldn't a high priestess know about the death gods? Wouldn't she know who the Weaver is? And wouldn't she know about the Weaver's cottage?
I would think she would know about the Weaver's cottage. So I always found it really interesting that she like ran right in there.
Who's in there?
Yeah.
How do you not know?
Yeah. I thought that was very weird. And also that she was like Hybern's priestess and like didn't know about it. It's really weird to me. Like how crazy would it be if she brought Ianthe back of like all people she were to like
it would have made sense if Feyre had like gone into her mind again and was like, you have no idea whose cottage this is. Like that would have made a lot more sense than her just having absolutely no idea.
I know that was kind of a strange,
because it doesn't make sense that she doesn't know. Everybody knows. Everybody knows
who the Weaver is.
Who the Weaver is.
Like, yeah, everybody knows. What? Yeah, I know. Everyone knows to stay the fuck away from the one random cottage in the middle.
Yeah.
Nobody goes to just a random cottage in the middle.
What?
I know.
And now that the Asteri aren't a threat in Crescent City, I was thinking about this. Now that there's no Asteri or anything, could Nesta potentially visit Crescent City?
I totally think she's going to visit Crescent City. Absolutely.
I need that.
She's going to go back and see Ember. She needs Ember. Her and Bryce were actually, I think that they would be really great
civil
friends.
At the end, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Bryce was weird.
I need Nesta and the fucking Valkyries to visit Crescent City.
Oh, they'd be crazy. They would be nuts.
For some reason, I can't get out of my mind that like Nesta learning to drive. I don't know why. But
really?
I feel like she would be a really good driver. I don't know.
Nesta's like some hardcore like Tokyo Drift racer, yeah. Get in! I love that. I don't know. I always kind of imagine when she goes to Crescent State, Nesta visiting the clubs. Like that's just like my number
that too. Yeah.
one thing. Her and Az are going to be like at the clubs at like a rave
With
or
like
something.
Fury and Juniper and
Totally.
Emery and maybe Gwen if she gets out of the library. Like, oh my God.
Oh, Gwen would love it. Gwen would love it. Oh my gosh.
And then, okay, but like one more thing. So
Yeah.
they're like at the club, right? They're at the club. Can you imagine, just imagine if that's in some sort of book and SJM just pulls this thing where Fury's like, oh, hey, like, how's my dad doing? Or whatever. And they're just like
so hooked on that.
And they're just like, what are you talking about? She's like, Thanatos, is he still like fucking over here and shit? Like, what? Because she needs to explain Fury. It's getting me furious.
I think that everyone was furious that Fury wasn't explained in Crescent State 3. I think everyone was pissed about that
Fury
because it was like
literally,
so stupid.
The Furies are literally the women from hell. Like, she has to be his fucking daughter. She has to be Hunt's stepsister or half-sister, whatever the fuck.
You would think that Hunt would know that though by now. I'm not sure that I'm convinced that Fury's the sister, the half-sister.
Well, we don't even... She wasn't even... She was in one scene. Sister. She was a little babysitter for Emil, and that's it. We don't know.
It was weird. It was weird, but I love the Asterian horse idea, and I love
it's so tied to the Wild Hunt, and it's so tied to Eris and Moore, and like Spring, and led back to the Will-O-Wisps, and like the whole lore. Like, she needs to tell us because I'm going crazy. Yeah.
I'm really hoping that she's going to elaborate on some of these. These are like really big plot points. The Fury, the Pool of Starlight. I mean, the Asterian horses.
Friggin' Smokehounds, like
the Midgard worm, and Bryce is even like
Valahan. We're gonna get all this shit in like the Moore and Eris novella.
I know. It's a novella. It's not even like a book. It's like you like have to explain everything in like a couple like chapters
and like 400 pages.
I know, that's what. So we'll see. If not, you and I have some work to do to explain it on our own, or we can write a fanfic. But yeah. Well, anyways.
More theories to come later.
Yeah. Well, my dear, I love it. I want to talk about the other ones a little bit later that you have written down.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Me and Olivia were talking about how the Bone Carver is the god of truth, aka the Sin Eater in Tog, and how he does not actually carve deaths, but he carves sins before people die. As we know from Tog, he carved Gavin's deathbed confession into the bone wall before he mysteriously vanished from the catacombs, which, again, I haven't read all of Tog. I'm wondering if he found a way through the gate before this, because he's like gone already. Like, he's already in the Akatar world somehow at this point, because in this book, Chaol, or not in Kingdom of Ash, in Queen of Shadows that I'm reading, Chaol says like, oh, some long forgotten like god of truth. And like everyone's like, oh, I think he was just a myth. Oh, I think he was just a myth, before they found the catacombs. And the Bone Carver literally says, oh, I'm forgotten.
Yes.
I'm just forgotten.
Oh my God.
And
I'm so excited.
And Dorian asks Gavin's ghost, what is he? And Gavin says, can there not be many gods from many places, some born of this world, some born elsewhere? So the Bone Carver is a fucking Asteri/Valg, because they also say, Gavin also says, the all-seeing one does not claim kinship with those spineless creatures, which, as we know, is the Valg, and the Bone Carver hates his siblings, wants nothing to do with them, wants to hide from them, is like, don't tell them I'm here. I don't want anyone to know. I don't want them coming for me. I don't want to be near them. Even though he loves the
intrigued.
Weaver as his twin,
Yeah.
he still didn't want to see her.
So I don't understand that connection because like the Weaver is his twin, but they're not the same. Like they're siblings, but they're not. So it's like one's a good god, one's a bad god. Like what is going on? Is someone falling?
There's always an outlier. I'm telling you. Like I'm telling you that Mala was the outlier of these gods. Because I mean, it depends on if Gavin, I guess, is kind of giving piece of shit energy.
He sounds like a piece of shit.
I mean, he's kind of giving Rhys energy here. He's like, yeah, I would choose my kingdom and my mate over the fate of the world. Like, you can't tell me Rhys wouldn't choose Valaris in favor of.
Totally. He totally would.
But, yeah. So I was like, Bone Carver. And then, yeah, Dorian's like, please help me save my friends, help me make it right. And Gavin's like weighing everything and reading whatever truth was written on his soul. So if Gavin has the blue eyes and Damaris, which is the truth sword, which could have been reforged into Truth Teller. And if I was right about Truth Teller being a part of Mor's Trove, and we know that Mor and Rhys are cousins, and that Gavin can possibly read truths, and worked for the god of truth, who is the Bone Carver, did the Bone Carver gift him the power of truth? Is that why Mor has dark roiling magic and truth powers? Because it comes from the Bone Carver.
So that's so interesting then, because it's like the Bone Carver, right, is in the prison. Like if he's associated with Mor, how do we make that connection, right? And you said last time that we talked about this that Mor could have been, or like her line, he could have had children. Like the Bone Carver could have had children, right? And then that's how they could have gotten Truth Teller and reforged Damaris into Truth Teller. But I don't know. I mean, that's how does that work out?
I feel like it's really complicated because it's literally through thousands of years. So it's been like 15,000 years since Selene, and like 15,000 years more since the Tog world. So like about 30,000 years down the line, and then like Valg mixed with Starborn, mixed with this, mixed with that, and it just all trickles down to like Mor and Rhys. So that's why Rhys has like a little more Valg, and Mor probably has more of the truth powers, and like they all get a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I do.
But I thought that line was very interesting. He let him read whatever truth was written on his soul. Which is exactly what Mor does in the scene on the ice in Akawar to Lucian. Which I've mentioned before, when Feyre's like, where do we go? Because she didn't know if she could trust Lucian with the secret of Valaris. And Mor looks at him. Feyre notes that she scrutinizes him, and then she's like, the river house, or the townhouse. Like, she trusted him. She saw the truth on his soul that he was trustworthy. And then they went to the townhouse in Valaris. And then, like, of course, later on, Lucian was like, there's children, and there's this, and there's that. And, like, Mor saw that he was a good guy.
I love that, first of all. So here's the thing I'm not understanding. Okay, is it's like, is Prythian Aerelia just 30,000 years down the line? And
I mean, actually no, it's not a possibility, because remember Crescent City 3, they were talking about the two different types of Fae, and it was two different.
That's right. Yeah, and that yep. Okay.
So it's interesting because at this point in Tog, like I said, the Bone Carver's already gone. So I'm wondering, he when the gods originally sealed the gates. I'm guessing that the bone carver left before they sealed the gates the first time, before it was split up into the word keys.
Okay, but here's another question, because I'm obviously way behind you with Throne of Glass. Is the bone carver the same in like the same line as the other gods? Like, is he like one of them?
No. So
Okay.
he is a Valg.
Oh, he's
a
Valg?
He's a Valg. Yeah, he's a Valg / Asteri. Because, like I just said, when Gavin says...
The bone carver.
Gavin, because Dorian's like, what is he? What is he? And Gavin says, can there not be many gods from many places, some born of this world, some born elsewhere? And then the all-seeing one does not claim kinship with those spineless creatures. So he is kin to the Valg. He's Valg, but he wants nothing to do with them. So he escaped the first time the gates were open. Before Elena forged the lock and all this shit happened. And that's why he's long forgotten and like a myth. And that's why his temple was literally catacombs under everything.
So cool. I love that like concept or that picture of like catacombs underneath all these layers of earth.
I know, but oh
cool.
That means that there had to have been more than just the bone carver that got through those gates the first time from Tog.
Like and the bone carver or different from the bone carver? Like the bone carver or different from the bone carver?
Well, the gates were open, is my understanding, until Elena could forge the lock.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to get like the Valg out of the world and whatever, and I guess it didn't. I don't know. There's a whole prophecy thing. But I'm assuming that, you know, the bone carver got out, maybe some fae, maybe some, who knows? Because we know, again, that somewhere in Tamlin's fucking line has to lead back to fucking like Mala and Brannon and even Aelin. So actually no, thinking that Tamlin descends from Aelin, it must have been this time when Aelin forges the lock, actually.
He has to be a descendant of her because I mean he's a shapeshifter, right? And we know that Rowan is a shapeshifter, although he is a hawk, apparently, or a bird.
Well, so they
pick what they want to be. Like, was Rowan like, I want to be a hawk, but really I could have been like a lion or a liger or whatever.
No, so the Tog shapeshifters are like born with their so the Tog Fae are born with an animal form, like their own animal form. That's it.
Okay.
But there are also shapeshifters who can turn into anything, like Lysandra. So that's why everyone's like, no, he's from Lysandra and Adian's line. But if he was from Lysandra and Adian's line, then how does he have Rowan's wind power and Aelin's ring? And someone was like, well, maybe, you know, somewhere down the line, the ring was given to Adian's kin.
Yeah.
But if Lydia exists, then we know that Rowan and Aelin had a continued line. So, like, why wouldn't the ring go to?
I know. I'm trying to figure this out because it's or like, what if like Aelin was like,
it could be like a cousin power swap thing, like more.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, or like. But maybe it was just like a gift, like a symbol of like goodwill between like Adian and Aelin. Maybe Aelin was like, thank you for it, you know, and like gave.
But it was her wedding ring. That's what I don't get. It was her wedding ring. It's not something she would give away. I don't think it's something her kids would give away.
Okay.
Especially if Rowan's was passed down through the males, and then Lydia's father just didn't have a son, and so he gave it to her, and then she gave it to her sons.
So what if, okay, because I think we were thinking that Aelin's line is through Tamlin's father's line, right? But like, what if it's through the mother, and the mother gifted Tamlin that ring, being like, oh, this is from my line, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, because think of it like this. In ACOTAR, right? Remember when Tamlin was talking about the Fae and they were like, they were really pissed off because they had some animal.
I was just gonna say that, which kind of means that his dad wasn't a shapeshifter, right?
Was not a shapeshifter. So Tamlin was a shapeshifter. So he got it from his mother's line, who was part of Aelin's line, who had the ring.
But this is what I'm not getting, because Lysandra is the only one who could choose her form. I'm so mad. But Rowan had the wind power.
But all the High Lords have the wind power. Did you notice that?
No, they don't. No.
Rhys has it.
No, he does not. He has telekinesis. It's different. Telekinesis. Helion and Tamlin have wind power. That's
Wind
it.
power. I'm just trying to think about how. So I love that. I saw that comment that people
Unless, actually, which this is going to be gross, but it actually adds up because of Crescent City. And I've said this line 5 million times, and I know everyone's going to get pissed at me for saying it again, but my boy Cormac, cousins used to marry cousins.
But what are you saying?
Someone would from Aelin and Rowan's line probably at one point married someone from Lysandra and Adian's line.
I could see it. Totally.
Got the wedding ring of Aelin.
Perfect sense.
Got the wedding ring from Aelin and the fucking shape-shifting powers from Lysandra.
Holy shit. It has to be.
And
it has to be.
And you know who had green eyes? Lysandra. You know who had Ash River eyes with the gold? Adian and Aelin. Rowan also had green eyes. So literally, if one kid, or even if both kids, so if one kid from Aelin and Rowan's line took after Rowan, has his green eyes, right? One kid from Adian and Lysandra's line somehow took after more Lysandra, they would both have green eyes.
Yes, they would.
And
they would.
They would have, even though it's said that the Ash River eyes are the dominant trait, you kind of have to assume that through 1,000 years, maybe one or two of the children would have green eyes. With flecks of gold?
I love it. I love it. My only thing is this, though. Lysandra, she was like, she chose to be a snow leopard or something, right?
Yeah, so like, which reminds me of Tamlin.
But did Tamlin choose it, or was he born with it?
No, he chose it. They say.
He chose that beast?
Yeah.
He chose it?
Yeah.
He chose
Rhys was like his chosen beast form or something.
Rhys, you're so jealous, you little jealous bitch.
I told you the funny thing where like he could probably be like a fucking like bird or some shit, or like a stag, and everyone was like, "You fucking little pussy, you're a fucking deer." And he's like, "No, I'm not." So then he just made himself all the most like
fearsome horn,
a beast with my stag antlers.
I freaking love
we figured it out. A cousin married a cousin.
But also, would that kind of explain? No, Cormac would not fall into that line. But that explains it. So we got, it had to, because someone was saying too, I haven't read that far, that Adian has a lot of Tamlin traits. Like apparently he plays the fiddle. Did you know that?
No, not yet.
Oh, I haven't read. Like someone said, I could be wrong.
Maybe people hate Adian though, so that's
okay. It's making a whole lot of sense to me.
I mean, okay,
that's all I have to say.
I just want to show you, like, this is Adian. Like,
I mean,
Wolf of the North. Like Tamlin turned Andrus into a wolf. I thought that was
funny. I think it's interesting that we see the wolf not only with Tamlin, but like Feyre had a wolf form.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit like Feyre doesn't deserve that wolf form, like because I don't like Feyre really.
I
But
know. I don't know. Yeah, it's just like
I don't know. But I think we put like points a lot of really important things out, especially that Tamlin's father was not a shapeshifter, and that really needs to be underlined and like bolded and explanation points all around it, because people don't pick up on that.
So you know how I said that I think that Tamlin and Rhys are distantly related?
Vaguely, kind of, yeah.
So if his mom was from, that line or whatever, and then maybe his mother's parents or grandparents was from Celene's line, hence the Starborn power, that would track. Because I don't really see, technically, actually, maybe we did get it wrong. Maybe his father was the Starborn one and his mother was the shapeshifter. Because
we don't know anything about his father. We know nothing.
And just that he was worse than Baron.
He was horrible and worse than anyone. He was the worst.
But then how? I feel like he wouldn't have given any magic to the Starlight Pool unless, I don't know, unless there was some sort of long game plan, kind of like Elena and Gavin.
I know. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, and I'm just trying to figure out. I think we don't pay enough attention to Tamlin's father, even though there's not much to go off of. Because maybe there's more info to the Starlight Pool. Like if we look at his father more closely.
I'm looking him up right now. Tamlin's father.
Yeah. So what we know of him is that he's cruel. What we know of him, he's not a shapeshifter, but he's Fae.
Mm-hmm. Actually, so his father, well, obviously he was the High Lord of Spring. So his father had spring magic. He had earth magic.
Okay.
Which, again, it connects to fucking Flynn's line, too.
It does.
Yeah. And it says, Tamlin's father later met his mate, and as a mating present, he planted the rose garden in their manor.
Let's just talk about that.
Did he plant it or did he magic it? Because it's centuries later and it's still blooming and whatever, and Tamlin tends to it, and he can remove the thorns from it if he wants, and all this other stuff. I'm like, it would have to be upkept by the High Lord, right?
Yeah.
His wife gave birth to 3 sons, one of whom was Tamlin. In his youth, Tamlin joined his father's war band.
And his father has a war band. Okay.
Yeah, because he was part of the whole slave thing.
Yeah.
But, see, actually that checks out. Because if he's Starborn, but he takes after, Fionn.
Okay.
Who allied with the Asteri.
True.
And Tamlin's father, Starborn, who allied with the Asteri. True. And that would be, not only would the whole issue between night and spring be the slaves, but it would be the pure Starborn line versus the bastard Starborn line, and who's tainting the line and who isn't, right? It would be like, you took our power and you're using it for ill will and all this stuff. And that's how Tamlin had Starborn magic too.
He has to have. But my only thing is that if the father was Starborn, he cannot also have the Earth Spring powers. We don't see that in any of the Starborn. The Starborn purely have light. Ruin is Starborn too. There's shadows and stuff like that. But we don't see that in any Starborn.
Well, we don't really see any Starborn magic in any of Rhys's line. He has the stars in his eyes, but he doesn't have the light either. Tamlin has the light. Tamlin has it. Oh, I need to keep my glamour on 24/7 or I don't look normal. Come on. He has it. He blasted Amarantha back.
I know.
He has it. He
does.
it.
He does have Starborn light.
And I wonder, I don't think that Rhys knows, but I wonder if something in the history, like where Rhys just knows, like, oh, like Tamlin has our family's magic or something. And that's been the whole fight between Night and Spring because they're supposed to have their original magic and Spring has their original magic. And
so so there's got to be more to the dads being afraid of Rhys and Tamlin being
together.
They did not want them together. And I want to know why. Like, because there's obviously more to that. There's way more.
I know why.
Why?
I know why, and I posted it. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I gotta scroll all the way down.
Is it like a word key thing? Is it like a gate? What?
It's a where I said with the sister. I think that where the fuck is it? Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Here it is. Okay. So I did a little thing a while ago. I said, because this popped into my head randomly one day and I couldn't really connect it to anything, but now that we're talking about it, I was like, ah. So I said, are Rhys and Tamlin the Prithian version of the humanoid knife and sword, similar to Bryce and Hunt?
Dude, I fucking called it. I just said that.
Because why were their fathers so terrified of them being friends and considered them more powerful than them? And why are they individually the only people who can open the pocket to nowhere?
Melody, it's like so awkward. Like she just like lays all this shit out.
And then I have the quotes. I have the quotes. The quarters of the table vanished, leaving Tamlin not 2 feet away, sitting at an infinitely more intimate table. I yelped and almost tipped over my chair. He laughed and I gaped as the small table that now stood between us. Better, he asked. I ignored the metallic tang of magic as I said, how? How did you do that? Where did it go? Tamlin cocked his head. Between. Think of it as ... a broom closet tucked between pockets of the world. He flexed his hands and rolled his neck as if shaking off some pain. Does it tax you? Sweat seemed to gleam on his strong column of his neck. He stopped flexing his hands and set them flat on the table. Once it was as easy as breathing, but now it requires concentration. That was because of Amarantha's curse.
Yeah.
Rhys reached into a bag I hadn't realized he'd been carrying. No, one he'd summoned from whatever pocket between realms that he uses for storage.
So,
and then,
oh, go on.
And then this is Bryce, or talking to the princes of hell. Because then the knife and sword would be united, Thanatos says. But what sort of threat do they even pose, Bryce said, practically shouting with impatience. The Autumn King said that they can open a portal to nowhere. Is that it? Yes, and together they can unleash ultimate destruction. Thea separated them to keep the Asteri from ever having that ability.
There it is. Okay. Okay.
But does that mean that Amarantha didn't know that the two of them together could do this?
That's why Amarantha wants Tamlin. But why wouldn't she also want Rhys as badly? She
also had Rhys.
So she's like, I gotta get Rhys and I gotta get Tamlin under the mountain.
So is this why Hybern was after Rhys? Because technically he thought he already had Tamlin.
Interesting.
Because Hybern wanted Rhys so badly. All right, hello. We are back. We always get cut off, but you're used to it by now, so it's fine.
We've decided we need to like have an ending. We need to somehow.
We decided that like weeks ago and still haven't filmed one.
We still haven't filmed it. We were supposed to film one.
Maybe if we take a week off, we can just film a beginning and an ending or something.
Yeah, we are going to take a little bit of time off. I want to catch up on Tog. I'm like so far behind. I need to do it.
So I was really excited by the fact that we figured out Tamlin's family lines and how he was the product of like a distant cousin from Lysandra and Adian and Aelin and Rowan's line, and that's how he has all the stuff from both of their lines. But then I realized something else, which should have clicked in my mind when we were talking about that. And so we do think that maybe the mom knew about the Starlight Pool, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. She had to have known about it, right?
Yeah.
Like she's highlighting the spring court. That's the Starlight Pool in her court.
I know.
I would think she would know about it, right?
Yes. I want to point out that Aelin's mother, Evelyn, was a water wielder. She had water magic.
This is what I'm talking about.
No, like, that was in an early book. That was in like I think Tog or Crown of Midnight. That's an early book. I should have put 2 and 2 together because she kept talking about her mother's water magic and stuff. And I was like, her mother had fucking water magic. So maybe that was his mom's Starlight Pool. And the dad was the one that put Starlight in it. Or Tamlin is the one that put Starlight in it.
But Tamlin says he doesn't even know unless he's lying. Like, unless he's like, I don't know. No one ever told me. Like,
okay, Eris, mix truth with lies.
I mean, he could have, but so like tell me about this water wielding because I'm so far behind. I want to hear about what you know.
So under Evelyn Ashriver Galathinius, it says Evelyn had powerful water magic. She often used it to extinguish Aelin's flames whenever she lost control of her magic. And so Aelin, I don't want to tell you, but anyways, Aelin ends up having just a single droplet of her mom's water magic.
Okay.
Which is very similar to Feyre having like a single seed of all the High Lord's powers. So Aelin only has like a seed of her mom's water magic.
Okay.
Which I guess was inherited by, I want to say, I wonder if this was one of her abilities. I should have checked this first. Yes. So her mom got the water magic gift from Mab. You know, Mab and Mora, the Fae queens.
Okay.
Princesses, whatever. So when Aelin says I am a god, she is a god because her line is Mala, Mab, Mora, all of that stuff from both her Galathinius side and her Ashriver side. So her mother has the water magic from Mab, and House Ashriver inherited their magical powers from Mab. And Mab was a full water wielder. So her mother was only demi-fae, but so she didn't have an animal form.
Okay.
And that's why, like, Aelin's demi-fae, she doesn't have an animal form, but she has a human form if she wants to. She got it from her mama.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. She's only demi-fae, so I'm so confused. How could they be gods, but then they're only demi-fae? Like, explain that to me.
So, well, Aelin is a god because she descends from Mala.
Okay.
Her Ashriver side, her mother's family's side, descends from like the Fae queens.
Okay. Got it.
So she has both.
She's got both. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yep. There's so much to this series.
I was like, so if Tamlin's mom was the shapeshifter, she was the one that came from that line. So I wonder if she had water magic because, as I said before, if his father gifted his mother the rose garden, what did the mother gift the father? Was it the Starlight Pool?
Do mates exchange gifts? Does there have to be? I mean, I would assume.
Can. I mean,
Yeah.
Reese's maiden gift to Pharaoh was the fucking river house.
Do you want to know what? It literally did not occur to me that they gave each other gifts. Like, I don't. Is that a thing? I
forget what Pharaoh's was to him. I mean, it was Nick's.
It was Nick's.
It was get me pregnant.
It was like
it was Nick's.
It was Nick's.
Yeah. There you go. So
okay, interesting.
So I'm gonna say that it was his mom's maiden gift to his dad.
Here's my qualm with that. Okay, so Tamlin's a shapeshifter. We know he gets it from his mom, not his dad, right? I
have the quote. I found it.
What? You have the quote? You found it? I love that. That's so perfect. My problem is this though, is that you said that he got it from the Galifianakis line or Aylin's line, but he didn't. He got it from Rowan's line. So are we looking at the wrong family for the shape-shifting?
No, I'm saying that he got the shape-shifting from, so it's a little complicated. So Aylin has her fiery god power from Mala.
Right.
Her father was from Mala and Brandon's line. Ro Galifianakis.
Okay.
Her mom, Evelyn, was an Ash River. That's why she has the Ash River eyes. And her mom was from Mora and Mab, the Fae Queen's line. And her mom was Demi-Fae, who mated with Ro and had Aylin.
Okay.
Now, down their line, they had Aylin, and then Aylin and Rowan had kids and all of that stuff, which Aylin and Rowan are distant cousins, I want to say already. So cousins marrying cousins, there's already a thing. Distant enough, but so I'm saying that Tamlin's mother probably got the shape-shifting from Lyssandra's line.
Oh God, I forgot about
Lysandra and Adian.
God, yes.
The water magic from the Ash Rivers.
When did we say that Tamlin had water magic?
Tamlin's mom.
Mom.
Shapeshifter water magic.
Okay.
And if she was mated to Tamlin's father, who is of a bastard Starborn line, it skipped over him, just like it skipped over Einar for Rune, and went to Tamlin. So Tamlin has the shapeshifting from his mother, the Starborn from his father.
Okay.
And they winged power from Rowan and Aylin's ring. It's really complicated, but
I love it. I love it. I think to me, that makes the most sense. And I hope that we're right because
it would I was convinced for ages. There's an episode I think it's maybe 7 or 8 of last season when I was like, his mom made the Starlight Pool. I know his mom had to have made the Starlight Pool. And I couldn't connect how she would have water magic. And I just figured it out.
But it's still okay. But hear me out.
He said it was his favorite place as a boy, his favorite haunt as a boy. So it had to have been there before he was born, but we don't know how long ago. So his mother could have created it.
His mother could have created it, or it could have been there, thousands of years. Apparently, I think I told you this when we talked about this, last season. There's people were saying that there was an answer to what the Starlight Pool is towards the end of Throne of Glass. So I don't know. I love this theory, and I would love to see it come to fruition, but we'll see.
At the same time, I do kind of want it to be I don't know, some sort of Starborn gift where it is actually, where its purpose was actually to house the untainted cauldron water or something.
Right. I would love for it to be untainted. Well, it's interesting. It's why is there starlight in the spring court? It doesn't quite make sense to me.
And he has the fucking power. He just doesn't know what it is.
Yeah.
And he wasn't in Crescent City 3 with Bryce. Fucking damn it. Why?
It's so weird.
And he's Lydia's fucking distant cousin too. Probably Lydia's, probably Flynn's, fucking probably Lucian's, Reese's. They're the spring court and the night court and the autumn court are fucking connected. Interconnected. And
It's
probably the day court too, because again, the sun is the biggest star. I wish she would have like thought of this and put the threads together, because it pisses me off that she didn't.
Well, it's just really kind of frustrating because at this point I'm starting to feel like it's starting to like just drag. You know what I mean? Like we're like, if things aren't like explained
like, where's
more,
the conclusion?
Yeah. In ACOTAR 6, which I don't think it's going to be. I think she's gonna just like pick a new couple and like focus on that.
Yeah.
I really want to see some like, let's wrap some stuff up here.
We needed a fucking tandem read.
I know.
Did Azriel and Nesta tell Reese about all that shit after the whole mask debacle? Like,
they had to have.
How was Cassian and Nesta? Fucking, how did Azriel fucking get Truth Teller? How did he know about the goddamn portals? Is his mom a seer? And that's how he knew that Elaine was a seer, when he winnowed out all of a sudden and he was like, hold on, let me check that shit. Winnowed back in, she's a seer. Where did you go?
Yeah.
Your mom, I bet. Right?
Went and asked his mom. I think so.
100%.
It makes sense. Makes sense to me.
But anyway, I collected a little chart thing, and I didn't post it yet because I don't want to really post it until this episode is up.
Yeah, don't do it.
But anyways, so this is from Crescent City. It's talking about Cormac and all of the lines and everything. So Cormac said, as if seeing her trying to puzzle him out, I'm your cousin, Bryce. Hunt, the bastard, snorted. I don't have any fake cousins, Bryce snapped. If only the stupid scar would halt its glowing, if only people would go back to partying. That light says otherwise. I might be Rune's cousin directly through his mother's kin, but your father, King Einar, is Fae, and his line once crossed with ours long ago. He held up his hand and flame wreathed his fingers before winking out. So, he's talking about all the lines intermingling, which is what we said. And then we have Cormac drawled over his shoulder, the Starborn used to intermarry. Brother wed sister, aunt marry nephew, and so on and so forth, all to keep the bloodline pure. So I also said, oh, and forgive me for what I'm about to say, okay? So I said, we know that both the Starborn and the Ashriver Whitethorns used to intermarry. In Tog, Aelin was supposed to marry Aedion for the purity of their bloodline.
She was supposed to.
But then, like, Rowan's her mate, so.
So what happened? Yeah, so, like.
So then they have the whole fucking plot where they fuck over Aedion, and they wanted, like, Lysandra to give Rowan their children to pretend that it was their children, and, like, it was so awful. But anyway.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, I said I think Tamlin's mother's line was the result of a child from Rowalin's line marrying a child from Lysadian's line. And that is how Tamlin has Rowan's wind, Lysandra's shapeshifting, Aelin's ring, and green eyes flecked with gold. I think that Tamlin's father's line was a bastard Starborn line, which started the war between night and spring, because Tamlin carries the Starborn gift and has the Starlight Pool in his court, and Rhys does not. Tamlin's father was not a shapeshifter, which means his mother had to be. I think Tamlin's father was terrified of him because he got the Starborn gift, which passed over the awful father directly to the son, which mirrors Einar and Rune, which I just said. And then what I said last night, I said, I also think Rhys and Tamlin's fathers were terrified of them coming together because, similar to Bryce and Hunt, they could be the living versions of the sword and the knife. the Starborn Tamlin and the Battery Rhysand or Rhysand's sister, because they would have had the same magic. And then I realized, which we don't know the extent of Rhys's power, right? But aside from the Black Pits, when Rhys gets angry, do you know what else happens? It's always likened to a storm, which would make sense if he had some sort of lightning.
No, Melody. Rhys does not have lightning. No, we've never seen it.
How come when he shows up to their fucking wedding? Hold on. What chapter is the wedding in? Oh no, it's
I don't remember.
Fuck, not Akawar. I mean, not Akatar.
Not Akatar.
Shit. It says
like
cracking. It like describes fucking lightning. Hold on. Hold the fuck up.
It also describes Tamlin entering a room like that too, remember?
No, his was like a spring storm.
Oh my god. Let's do it. Let's
do it.
Let's find the quote.
Oh, I can't even think of one fucking sentence from the wedding right now. I'm like going blank.
Oh my god. I get like PTSD opening up Akamath because I try to avoid this book at all costs.
Oh my god, I know. I know.
You know what I mean?
Darkness danced in the hall as the distant storm grew close enough to smother the sun. Ugh, fuck off.
Here it is. Hold on. Yeah, where is it?
A few booming wing beats had him vanishing into storm clouds. Like, so much! I gave him a vulgar gesture, only the storm raging beyond the house's shield for company. Like, But where the fuck?
You want his entrance, right?
Yeah, where the fuck is it?
It's right here.
Read it. What chapter?
Chapter 4, end of 4, beginning of 5. Okay, here it is.
Wait, where is it?
Oh my god. Ianthe said smoothly. Here we go. We're going to go into this again.
Do it.
Come bride and be joined with your true love. Come bride and let good triumph at last. Good. I was not good. I was nothing. And my soul and my eternal soul was damned. Thunder, but I didn't have to say it because thunder cracked behind me as if two boulders. Fuck. Thunder cracked behind me as if I don't even want to read it. As if two boulders had been hurled against each other.
Told you!
People screamed, falling back, a few vanishing outright as darkness erupted. I whirled, and through the night, drifting away like smoke on a wind, I found Rhysand straightening the lapels of his black jacket.
Every fucking time! The storm. Again! Hofast, the storm ruptured the windows. He has to have lightning.
Yeah, but Tamlin had this entering the High Lords meeting too.
Yeah, but it wasn't
they both have it. They both have they both have thunder when they enter somewhere.
His was not likened to thunder.
I swear it was.
I swear it wasn't.
Oh, I hate this. I hate Akamath. Let's find Akawar. Let's find a happier book. High Lords meeting. I need that.
Oh, okay, you were right.
I told you.
Actually, he has the lightning. He has lightning, yeah. I thought his was more of thunder and Rhys's was more of lightning. Like a crack of lightning, vicious as a spring storm, but I was right about the spring storm.
You were right about the
He
spring storm.
winnowed into the chamber itself. Tamlin appeared and smiled like a wolf. They are the fucking knife and sword. Like,
They have to be. One has lightning, one has thunder. Like, I mean, it's weird though if she actually writes it like that, because it's like then they should have been mates. Like, it's just like weird to me.
not really mates, they're just like knights or whatever, right?
Yeah. Like,
So, yeah, I have the quote. It says, most High Lords are trained from birth in manners and laws in court warfare. When the title fell to me, it was a rough transition. Many of my father's courtiers defected to other courts rather than have a warrior beast snarling at them.
that's what I was thinking about last night.
And then when Rhys talks about his friendship with Tamlin, it says, Cassian and Azriel knew. My family knew and disapproved.
Cassian and Azriel disapproved?
All of them disapproved. His eyes were chips of ice, but Tamlin's father was threatened by it by me, and because he was weaker than both me and Tamlin, he wanted to prove to the world that he wasn't. And then, you know what else I found when I was looking for quotes about his father?
Huh.
I did not remember this at all. There's another quote about his fucking sister.
Rhysand's sister? What quote?
It's from, I want to say, Akamath. They're near the Rainbow of Valaris, basically. Consuming blood with Amren in the back of the restaurant sounded more appealing, but I shook my head and fell into step beside Rhys as we walked along the river toward the bridge. I drank in the city as greedily as Amren had gobbled down that spiced blood, and I almost stumbled as I spied the glimmer of color across the water. The Rainbow of Valaris glowed like a fistful of jewels, as if the paint they used on their houses came alive in the moonlight. So keep that in mind real quick. This is my favorite view in the city, Rhys says, stopping at the metal railing along the river walkway and gazing toward the artist's quarter. The artist's quarter! It was my sister's favorite too. My father used to drag her kicking and screaming out of Valaris. She loved it so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Literally did not remember that.
The artist's quarter.
Did not
Bitch.
remember. Okay, everything we have ever said about her is right. I don't care what anyone says.
I don't care what anyone says. We're fucking right. She drew the fucking mural.
Those paints, not even that. Those paints in the cabin were not fucking Amren's.
Fucking Amren's. They were hers. My father dragged her kicking and screaming. She was fucking feisty. I was right.
She was so feisty. Kicking and screaming. He's dragging her out of the artist's quarter.
You cannot tell me that that's not Party Boy Rune's mom. Come on.
It has to be. It fucking has to be.
Fucking has to be. I was appalled that I did not remember this quote.
I can't
12
believe
times. It was not highlighted.
I can't believe I did not remember it either. I'm like, I love his sister. I don't even know his sister, and I love his sister. I'm like, she's one of my favorite characters. It has to be Rune's mom. It has to be. Why, Sarah? Why did you not reveal us in Crescent City 3? Was it because you're so mad at everyone who came up with your fan theories and we all called it from all the context clues?
Okay, but the way it literally says he gazes toward the artist quarters and then says, it was my sister's favorite place. What?
Can you reread the whole thing one more time for me? Sorry. I just want to hear it.
The Rainbow of Valaris glowed like a fistful of jewels, as if the paint they used on their houses came alive in the moonlight. This is my favorite view in the city, Rhys says, stopping at the metal railing along the river walkway and gazing toward the artist's quarter. It was my sister's favorite too. My father used to have to drag her kicking and screaming out of Valaris. She loved it so much. You cannot tell me that his father was like, this fucking bitch. Like,
this
back home.
This unruly daughter of mine. Can you, like, I can see it.
Unruly daughter. Oh my God. I almost screamed when I read that.
It explains everything. It explains Tamlin's quote. I think about Tamlin's quote when he's like, it's been a long time since someone in here has appreciated this. Like,
yeah. And he knows where to get paints and canvases and shit.
Breaks my fucking heart. Dude, I need the Tamlin Lauren prequel. Like, I need water, okay? If I don't get that prequel, I know you're writing your own, but if Sarah doesn't give it to us, I'm gonna riot. And also, like, how interesting to me that, like, Reese's mate is an artist. Like, I never really thought about that before. Like, Farah, like, she's an artist. His sister is an artist.
Tamlin's like, savior. Yeah.
What?
I fucking told you that that's why Reese was so into her painting, and that's why Tamlin was so into her painting. I don't I cannot believe we skipped over this. I cannot believe we skipped over this quote.
I can't believe we forgot that quote. Where was that? Akamath or Akawar?
Akamath. After Amren had the blood at is it Rita's?
Yeah.
Or
that's why. It's because my
not Rita's. Who the fuck is the other girl? Racina? Is it Racina?
Yeah.
Maybe it's Racina's.
Dude, that is why they were both so into. That's why Tamlin, like, I think that's kind of helped him to fall in love with Farah, right? Because she was like,
that's why, like, the tarp was over it, and he had to have everything dusted because it hadn't been touched, and the children's books.
I swear, we have to be
the
right.
Fucking artist quarters. What? Morgan. Why won't they tell Farah about her still?
That's what I don't understand. Like, why are they? But that's what I don't understand, because Moore didn't have to lie about the paint in the cabin. Like, there was no reason for her to lie about it.
To lie. I feel like she just lies out of habit now.
So why would she do that? Because, like, you're telling me she could just say, "Oh, these were Reese's sister's paints," unless like she felt that Farah would be like, "Ooh, I can't use those paints." Then
no idea. But the fucking shades of blue and shit. Come on,
dude. That quote
undeniably proves us right. Undeniably.
Melanie, I know we're right. Like, I feel so confident about this, but why did she not write about it in CC3? Why did she not drop more?
I know that it's going to be a Gwenreal book, but if we're going to have the maybe Nesta side plot and other stuff happening, we know that Azriel was close with her. Maybe it'll be in there. I'm really worried.
I'm worried.
I'm kind of like super delusionally convinced that this random book that she's writing is this prequel. I don't know why. I'm like, it's going to be a fucking Rhysand sister prequel with all of her artisty shit and like the shit with Tamlin and like Rhys and Tamlin's friendship and like how nobody knew and except Azriel, and like I'm so delusionally convinced.
You wanna know what? I can't. I want it so bad.
That so fucking bad. It hurts.
It totally hurts. It hurts because there's a part of me that's like, I need it, but there's part of me that's also like, I know she's not gonna write it. I know it's gonna be more an Eris, and I would rather have a Tamlin Rhysand sister Rhysand book than a more an Eris book. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I love Eris. I love Eris.
Me too. But we kind of can already figure out what happened there.
I need this. I need to know. I want to read it. You know, we're going to love his sister because I already like her.
I know.
She was like this feisty little artist girl that like disobeyed her dad.
Hated her. I knew it. I knew it.
You knew what?
When I was like, I have a feeling the dad was probably in on the plot to fucking kill her.
He's like, she's too unruly for me. Get rid of her. Kill her off.
The wife too, because Reese's mom used to just jump out the fucking window with him and fly around all night.
I'm gonna be honest with you, they sound amazing. Like his mom and his sister, I already like them.
Like his mom was already a bitch.
She wasn't a bitch. She was wonderful. What are you talking about?
Oh, your mate is gonna have to almost die to get my fucking ring for you to marry her to be worthy.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
And the sister was like, well, fuck you. I'm being with the enemy because he's hot.
I love her.
My brother's BFF. That's how it goes. I'm being with my brother's friend.
The brother's
that
best
my
friend.
whole family hates.
It's the brother best friend. It's like a Romeo Juliet brother's best friend trope, and I'm so freaking here for it. I love those tropes. Those are like my favorite. Forbidden love, a feisty heroine. She does better than like half the females in that.
I hope you know that this entire story is going to be intertwined in my Nyx and Rosie story.
It has to be
so much. Mirrors.
But also, if she doesn't write this, we need to write this because I need this in my life.
Why is she putting so many fucking clues? I'm mind blown. I am mind blown that I did not have that highlighted.
I'm surprised that I didn't have it either.
I'm mind blown. I'm on this fucking doesn't read. What is wrong with me? But I don't like acting. So maybe
but that's the reason why. I think it's because we don't like Akamath.
I was like, oh, they're out to dinner. They're out to dinner, and I was probably like skipping that part.
Yeah,
but I also randomly opened to this page in ACOTAR today.
Love her.
Like randomly took the book, just opened it like this, and I feel like I'm always pleasantly surprised. But do you remember? You remember yesterday when we were talking about the like Asterian horses and the Valg and the creatures and everything?
Yeah.
And I forgot to bring up that the Naga said something about the Dark Mother. Like
we talked about the Dark Mother. Mm-hmm.
And how I said, oh, well, they were probably all like Valgasteri creations, and like the Bone Carver knew all that, and like the stuff at the middle and stuff. So I opened to this page, and it's when Lucian and Tamlin are telling Feyre that she is ridiculous and that everyone has been glamored and she's been tiptoeing around everyone. I love it so much.
I'm so embarrassed for her.
And also, Lucian, you had an audience. Lucian finished for me. I thought I'd been so stealthy. Meanwhile, I'd been tiptoeing past fairies who had probably laughed their heads off at the blind human following an illusion. I didn't hear anything. Of course you didn't, Lucian drawled, twirling one of his daggers between his hands. So hot.
So hot. Lucian, we love you.
Fighting against my rising mortification, I turned to Tamlin. His lips twitched and he clamped them tightly together, but the amusement still danced in his eyes as he nodded. It was a valiant effort. But I could see things, the Naga, the Puka, the Suriel, and the fairy whose wings were ripped off. Why didn't the glamour apply to them? Tamlin's eyes darkened. They're not members of my court, he said, so my glamour didn't keep a hold on them. The puka belongs to the wind and weather and everything that changes. And the naga, ... they belong to someone else. Someone else. Someone else.
Who is someone else?
Who's someone else, Tamlin?
Is the naga Rhysand?
I was thinking Vesperus. Someone else. Because Vesperus looked at Azriel and was like, I'm your master.
Yeah.
She was like the master of fucking
the
Illyrians and probably like Naga. She's probably the Dark Mother. Because she's like, I could hear everything through the stone and through the earth and all this stuff. Like, someone else. I see you, Tamlin.
Tamlin knows about Vesperus and the Dust Court.
He is Starborn. He is Starborn. That's why I was like, best page to turn to.
Anytime we come back to the early books, I'm like, ooh, nostalgia every time.
Farrah says, I see, I lied, not quite seeing it all. Lucian chuckled, sensing that, and I glared sidelong at him. You've been noticeably absent again. He used the dagger to clean his nails. I've been busy, so have you, I take it. What's that supposed to mean? I demanded. If I offer you the moon on a string, will you give me a kiss too? Don't be an ass, Tamlin said to him with a soft snarl. But Lucian continued to laugh and was still laughing when he left the room.
I love that he just like gets up and like walks out too. But also I love that Tamlin like stands up
and
for
everyone's like, Tamlin's awful and he berates Lucian and he pulls rank all the time. He does not pull rank all the time. Lucian's like an adorable, sexy asshole in this book. And Tamlin's like laughing at his antics. Like he doesn't care.
No. I don't care what you say. I will always love Tamlin and Lucian, okay? Their dynamic in book 1 was gold.
Gold.
Fucking gold.
I fucking love it.
Fucking gold. And the only reason people are not more obsessed with them is because we were in Farrah's POV. That is it. The Bat Boys are great, but so is Tamlin and Lucian.
Literally. It pisses me off. Book 1 is fucking incredible.
Book 1 is incredible. Book 1, I want to do a segment literally talking about book 1 and hyping it up.
We're gonna do the little debunked thingy.
I know. So I know.
Really quick, I just got a comment on TikTok and I'm kind of thrown for a loop a little.
Go for it. Mm-hmm.
So I had commented on a theory post and I said, another reason I don't think Nessian's bond is anything but Rhys tethering her to Cass to tame her, like Maeve to Rowan and Lyria, and that Cass either dies or they aren't endgame. And someone commented, I thought this too, but then in Akasif, when she makes the new trove, they talk about how she can create anything when her emotions imbue her power. So I think that she created the bond between her and Cassian without knowing due to the circumstances.
I would love that. I would.
But that means she can also make it go away. Is it dwindling?
But why would she create it with Cassian then? Like, I don't understand. Like, why would she want to create that bond?
Because she was desperate for anyone to understand her. And at the time, she was trapped with Cassian.
But why Cassian? No, it happened before
I don't think she did it. I don't think she did it like on purpose. Like how she was hammering the swords. She was just pissed. Yeah. It just happened.
I need ACOTAR 6.
I was like that's such a good point.
I need ACOTAR 6 like now.
Now, bitch. Now. I need
the Nessian answers because I need to make sure that they're endgame and that they're just gonna like figure this stuff out. All right.
I'm posting that sister quote everywhere.
I do it. Post it all over.
All right, bye everybody. Bye. Hello.
Hi guys.
I'm back with my freshly dyed hair again.
God, doesn't she look like Bryce?
It was so faded.
I love like the dark red. It's such a beautiful color.
I love it.
And it looks so good on you too.
It's like, so I think I've said this before, but like there's people in my family that have natural auburn hair and I just got none of that. And I'm like, I hate you. Can we switch?
Can I please have that?
I have like fucking field mouse brown hair. Like
I'm the same way. It's field mouse brown.
Field mouse brown, like the beigey kind of ashy brown. I don't like it.
What are you supposed to do with that? Like truly. I have done everything. I've gone darker. I've put in blonde highlights. Yeah.
My mom's like, do you know how much people would pay for that color? I'm like, then they can fucking pay for it. I don't want it.
Who wants ash brown hair? I mean, like some girls can get away with it, but it's like a very particular type of person that can do that.
Yeah.
You know?
I have to do something about my eyebrows though, because they like don't.
Ooh, are you gonna dye those red too?
No. Well, I got like an eyebrow pencil today that my aunt recommended. And so you're supposed to like go darker. So I got like a dark auburn to hopefully brush over them, because like this is the color of my hair, like fucking ash brown.
Yeah, I'm literally, look at me. I'm the same exact way. I don't know what to do with it. It's not a pretty color. I can't do anything. You can pull off red.
My hair took to highlights like amazingly. And my mom will not let it go. Like the first time I dyed my hair, I did blonde highlights and they were like blonde, like they were blonde highlights. She was fucking obsessed with it. And ever since she's been like, you should just get your blonde highlights back. You should just get your blonde highlights back. And I'm like, let it go.
It's never coming back,
10, 12, 13 years, let it go.
It's so funny. My mom did the same thing. She always used to like put sun in. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Sun in my hair when I was a kid. So I always had like kind of goldish, brownish, hair. And so like as an adult, she's like, just put blonde highlights in, I beg of you. Yeah. It's the same stuff. And I'm like, but I don't like the blonde highlights. And I caved and get it, Yeah. It sucks.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Things happened this week.
It's been a really big week for two separate reasons, but we're only going to talk about one.
We're only going to talk about one because we're going to get real disrespectful if we talk about the other one.
We're not going to talk about the other one. I have
Anyways, all I'm going to say is that there is no reason for anybody online for any reason to be harassing anybody, period.
100% agree with that.
You don't like somebody, you don't engage or you block them, period. You don't harass them, you don't ruin their life, you don't try to destroy their work. Just leave them alone.
Were they actually were they harassing her, or was it just like they didn't
they were sending her awful harassing messages.
Did you see some of them? Or do you know what they said?
No, I don't. But she posted how, or like a bunch of people posted about how she was like, I don't want to draw for the fandom anymore because I've been getting all this hate and all this stuff, and she's like, I think my biggest hater now is me because now I hate my style because everyone else hates it and says it's awful and not worthy of whatever. It's just ridiculous. People need to stop.
Well, it's really sad because now we have, I think there was a solid, I counted, I think it was 10 to 15 artists now who have said that they are out.
They're we're done with the fandom. It's toxic.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, hello, we've been saying that since day one.
Yeah.
Day one, we have been saying that. And it was when the Reese fans were coming after us. But
I'm the type of person, if I look at a piece of art and I don't like it, sure, I can criticize it to myself, to my friends. I would never literally DM the artist and be like, you're a piece of shit, you suck. What? What is the logic in doing that to someone?
Exactly. Or just don't buy it. You don't have to buy it.
Don't follow them.
I don't know. I'm really upset because now we have a huge, not only was that a horrible thing for her, she shouldn't have gone through it, but we have a handful of artists, a decent amount that are we're not drawing SJM stuff anymore. So it's been a crappy week.
Yeah. That's really all we have to say about that. But
yeah, we're not gonna go into more detail.
If you know who we're talking about, like her dust jackets are one of my favorites. I have them up on my like literally displayed on my shelf.
Yeah.
I love her art. But yeah, people were just being mean. They're like, why does Fairy Loot keep commissioning you of all people? Like, mean.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes, dude. Just like leave it.
And then they were like, I saw
Yeah.
people today posting like comparisons. They're like, well, these are the pictures from her actual account, and these are the pictures that Fairy Loot posted, and it looks like she had to change her style for them, and it didn't do them any favors and all this stuff. And I was like, it was a little bit changed, but not too dramatic. It looked like a little softer, like the lines looked like a little softer, but
Yeah, it
like
wasn't.
if they have to follow guidelines, they have to follow guidelines. Like,
yeah, I'm
there's
curious.
nothing the artist can do. If they're
Right.
working for a commission, that's their job. They're
Yeah.
doing their job.
I will say I love her Rowan. He's like my favorite. How she draws him is like he's so beautiful. He's gorgeous. I have not met Rowan yet. I plan to meet him next week.
I obviously love her Tamlin. Tam.
Wait, I have never seen her Tamlin.
It's right there on my shelf.
Will you send me a picture later so I can see her Tamlin?
I have the A Court of Thorns and Roses book facing outward. Like that's the one that's facing outward because I love her.
Can we just talk about how, on that note, with the news of SJM stories this week, which we're going to talk about, how suddenly there's a little bit more Tamlin art online. Did you notice that?
People are getting scared and I'm getting excited.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I hope.
As we all know by now, Sarah J. Maas posted 4 or 5 stories the other day that were all about the spring court. I texted Olivia, I think it was about a good 4 weeks ago, like 4 or 5 weeks ago. And I sent her a screenshot and I go, holy shit, SJM just got a TikTok.
I know.
Just got a TikTok. We're like, why did she get a TikTok? Is she looking up theories? Is she looking up character art? Like, what is she doing? Why did she get one? Like, all of her shit is private. We can't see what she liked. She has no posts. Like, you can't, like, you can follow her, but you can't tag her. Like, everything is private. So we have no idea what she liked or anything.
I need to know what's on it.
Which is like the same reason she pulled her Pinterest, which I'll talk about later because I have all the screenshots from her Pinterest. All of them.
I didn't know that.
I was texting you and I was like, why'd she get a TikTok? There's gonna be a reason she got a TikTok. The other day, 5 TikToks posted on her Instagram stories of the spring court.
I'm like, okay, so she posted this, you guys, okay, and I think it was like, I saw it and I thought about it for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then I was like, I need to text Melanie. It's gonna happen. She's asleep.
And I was dead asleep at the time.
Yeah.
But it literally just so happened that I woke up. Like, I woke up from a dead sleep that never fucking happens. Let me tell you, you know that when I'm asleep, I'm a fucking corpse. Like, she's
a corpse. She's a total corpse. Like, you will never reach her. You could call, you could email. I've done it. I've tried it.
I'm gonna wake up whenever the fuck I wake up. Like, I need 5 alarms. Like, I shit you not, woke up out of a dead sleep. I was like, do I try to go back to bed or do I like pee, check my texts, blah, 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 blah. So I just rolled over and I was like, I'm just going to check my notification real quick. And I shit you not, it was like a spiritual awakening. Like, Sarah J. Maas has posted a spring court story. You need to wake up. Thank you, Erd, for waking me up from that dead sleep. For that,
it was Erd. It was totally Erd.
It was wild. I'd never wake up. It was wild. So
it was crazy. And then she calls me. I'm like sitting at my kitchen table, I'm like texting. So I started to like panic a little bit because at first I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, it's the first day of spring. It's spring court. She's just doing that to be like, happy spring, everyone.
And then I was getting bombarded with messages and I was like, I need to fucking call Olivia right now.
Who was it like text? Was it Instagram? Like what?
Instagram. It was like the chat
what were
and
they
everything
saying?
was blowing up. Like all of the chats. And then like DMs, it was like DMs 8+ requests. I was like, oh fuck. And then everyone was like, you're a Tamlin fan. Have you seen Sarah J. Maas's spring court stories? Have you seen it? Seen it? And I was like, first of all, thank you for thinking of me when the spring court comes up, because that's my baby and that's my home. So I thought that was really nice that people's first thought was like, I need to tell Mel that she posted about the spring court. Thank you. But it was just amazing. And obviously I like ran to her stories and I was like, and I like screenshotted them, but all of them spring court. And I don't know if I sent this to you, but I screenshotted, someone had posted about it on TikTok that I was watching that night. And what did I say to you on the phone about SJM? Did I not say to you that she is the Taylor Swift Easter eggs of the literary community? I shit you not. The first video that I saw about it, the comment goes, Sarah J. Maas is the Taylor Swift of the literary community. It's definitely an Easter egg. And I go, yes, bitch.
I saw that and I don't think I commented back to you because it was such a busy day with my kids.
Yeah.
I was cracking up because I was like, oh my God, like Melanie, like this is exactly what Melanie just said to me 2-3 hours ago. Literally.
Word for word.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, was it just like coincidence or is she writing about the fucking spring court?
She has to be. She has to be. See,
but that's so random. It doesn't even make any sense.
See, this is where there's a very thin line for me between excitement and anger, as we know, because on one hand, I'm excited. The spring court, automatically, you should be thinking of Tamlin, right? But then there's the girlies that are obviously, and I know you know what I'm going to say, that are, it's book. And I'm like, what? Elaine's book. And I'm like, Elaine has never even fucking been to the spring court. Just because Nesta says, oh, the spring court was made for Elaine. That's one sentence. And you're getting, oh, the spring court is Elaine's book from that.
Well, okay. And I think, and I'm so glad
I see it, but I can only see it in one specific circumstance, but I'm going to let you say what you think first.
Well, here's my thing, and maybe you could just like walk me through this. Okay. It's like I want to talk about where we have left off in the books. And then it's like, how are we gonna bridge that to like a spring court book? So we have left off in Crescent City 3 with Bryce telling Nesta to figure out why the mother gave her the 8-pointed star after seeing a Nesta and Azriel collaboration in that book. Like
Azriel with his music and being a club rat and talking about his mom and like. So actually,
tell me.
I just thought of something. So I'm just gonna say this tidbit about my fanfic because it's gonna lead into my thoughts because this is how my brain works. So in my fanfic, when I wrote about Azriel's mom, we know that she lives in Rose Hall. So that to me sounded like it was on the border of spring, because spring, obviously, the sigil is a rose, right? So I could see it somehow bridging if Azriel goes to visit his mom is still living in spring, and he's like, look, Tamlin's not getting better. I'm getting you out of here. Something along that line where, I don't know, maybe Azriel is like, look, my mom doesn't really want to leave her house. What are we going to do about Tamlin? Kind of leads into that sort of thing. But
yeah,
it's just, I don't know, like, that's really the only bridge I can think of. Although, I did see someone point out the other day that Asriel, um someone said that Asriel as well as Lucian kinda, like, was upset at Rhys for goading Tamlin and Akathas. I don't
Really?
remember.
Because I don't recall
I
Azriel being
don't
upset.
remember, but they're like, "Yeah, Asriel was kind of annoyed at him too," and I was like, "Somebody whose
I
mom
don't
does live in Spring?"
I do not have any recollection of Azriel being upset. The only thing that I could think of them saying that is when Azriel said to Rhys when Pharaoh was pregnant, and what of Tamlin? But like that was not him being concerned about Tamlin, unless it was him being concerned about his mom, but that would be weird. Like, what about Tamlin? Like, I don't know. I
I
don't
mean,
really see
it
it.
could, like, pregnancy, I don't know, he could have been thinking of his mom.
Like the safety of his mom because Tamlin would be upset by the pregnancy?
Yeah,
Maybe?
yeah. And just, like, the fact that Pharaoh was having, like, an Illyrian son, like, Asriel was probably like, "Eh," you know? Like, I feel like obviously Cassian's was probably as bad, but I feel like Asriel and Cassian's births were both very awful just because of obviously how they happened and the people involved. Like they're both of their fathers were like rapist piece of shits. Asriel still is. Apparently the dude's still alive and his brothers are still alive somewhere. Um maybe we'll get some of that bullshit in Asriel's book. But
I I'm surprised. Like, I like where your head's at that like his mom might live in Springport, but also it would be weird if his mom lived in Springport because Rhys hates the Springport and he
well, it's
hates
not really
Tamlin.
up to Rhys anyway. Like he
But
can't
yes,
really
he's like
prevent people from leaving, can
but
he?
He's Azriel's High Lord, so you would think
Yeah.
that he would have like a say in where Azriel's mom went because Azriel's like his brother. And you wouldn't think he would put her in the spring court because they're rivals. Like it's weird. Even
I
though
don't
the
think
name
he
is
would have
Rose
put her
Hall.
there. I think she was probably just super traumatized by the night court after everything that happened to her. And maybe at the time,
Yeah.
Spring was the best option. Kind of like how during the curse, how Alice was like, Spring was the only option. So I came here. Like it might have been something like that where she's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, Spring is the only option or whatever. And I'm not going to say like, oh, well, maybe the Spring Court had therapists because clearly they don't now, but maybe they did then.
But
Like
it's funny, we've never seen a therapist in any of the books.
one of
Like,
them, one of
none.
them, Gwen has a therapist in the House of Wind.
Does she really? She does have all the priestesses have therapists.
Yeah, they
So
have their little group session because Gwen is like, oh yeah, I was seeing um seeing this whatever and she helped me through my trauma.
So why
And it's
didn't he
like,
have Farah unless like Reese acted as like Farah's therapist, which I guess he did as her mate, and that's why he didn't bring like one of his therapists to like be with her. I don't
what a
know.
sneaky fucking bastard is what he is.
That's like so
He's
interesting to me.
keeping all the therapists in the fucking library.
And
And he ain't sharing them with
Nesta
anybody. It's awful.
needed a therapist. What?
He didn't give two shits. He didn't give two shits about Nesta. It
What
was
about
told him to
Elaine?
like dump her in Hume City, dump her in the human lands. He's like,
I'm not letting you use my therapist in the library, Nesta. You screwed my mate. Even though you were
He's like, I
14
don't
years
give a
old.
shit if you go out of your mind. As long as you get out of my
Fine.
court before you do it.
What about Elaine? She needs a therapist. I don't see her having therapy sessions. Reese, answer
They're
these
not
questions.
priestesses. They don't deserve it.
Oh. They're just a royal family, remember? All three of them walking in.
It makes no sense. I'm glad that Gwen had a therapist, though. Like,
I'm
Azriel needs therapy. Hello.
Azriel And Cassian need therapists. Why the fuck is nobody using said therapist in the library?
I actually have a headcanon that Azriel's mom is one of the therapists.
I appreciate it. I don't think so. But I love it. I love the thought.
Because
I love the headcanon.
If you think about it, she has the same trauma as Gwen, right? They were both raped, whatever. Gwen's been in the library for 2 years with a therapist. She's been healing, whatever. 2 years. And she's already coming out of her shell. How long has Azriel's mother been running away in her little manor like Lauren? With nobody, no visitors. Azriel's like, she ain't waiting for me, but I guess I'll bring her a solstice gift. But then he's like super protective. When Nesta's like, I'm guessing she's awful too. Because like he doesn't talk about her and he's like, my mother's anything but awful. So it's like, what?
It's weird. Like, yeah, like talk about your mom. It's weird he won't talk about her. It's weird we don't know anything about her mom, his mom. We know nothing. Like nothing. Why? Why, Sarah?
Maybe that's why he was like so like, I don't know. Like Azriel's mom and Lauren are kind of giving mirrors here.
They are giving mirrors. And then did you hear that theory? And I think you and I have talked about it. I don't know if we talked about it on here that like Lauren is Azriel's mom.
Azriel's mom and Rune's his
brother. But it can't be. It can't be because the worlds are separate.
Yeah, I talked about that because I said if Azriel was a world walker and like 5 is Rose Hall, like the villa could have been Rose Hall or whatever.
But we were wrong on that, obviously. We admit that we were wrong on that.
I suppose maybe it wasn't clarified. I'm still like mind blown about that fucking quote in Akamat though. About the artist quarters and like him. Like, I'm still mind blown.
My mind will never not be blown from that quote. I know in my heart, we know
it's his fucking sister.
If this doesn't happen, I will never have a theory about a book.
Flesh this fucking shit out. Why? Why all of the clues? Why all of the connections? The fucking lilac, the blue eyes, the paints, the artist's quarters, the mural with the portals between the peaks. I'll say it a million times. The gleaming eyes and teeth between the peaks. Fucking portals. She's looking at book 1 for the worm, for this, for that. Like, why would she not follow through with it?
And also the mention of Celine looking like his sister, Azriel. He looks like Rhysand's sister.
First of all, Rhys who looks like Rune who looks like his mother who looks like Celine. What? Because
that did not have to be in that book. That was such an unnecessary sentence.
She's like, she was evil laughing when she was typing that sentence.
Oh yeah. I could see her like turn to Josh and be like, "Do you think that they'll put it together?" You know, like
she's like, "They think it's gonna be in this book."
Oh yeah.
Just wait.
The joke's on us.
The joke's on us. Like, I don't even know whether we should have the delusion that the book after the next Akatar book, like, oh, the worlds that it's gonna be in and the people that are gonna show up. Like, I want I want the whole Tamlin book. I want half of it to be the huge prequel and then half of it to pick up where he is now and his arc with Briar. Like,
honestly, what I would give to read a prequel with Rhysand being friends with Tamlin, with Lauren and Azriel,
the
and
fucking
Cassian.
Evil dads, evil brothers, Amarantha.
I want to
he
read
misses
about
writing
his
Amarantha.
mom. Yes. I would die happy if we got a prequel. I know she's not going to do it because the way she worded it, it sounds like it's going to be a Tog book. It sounds like Minorian. But if I got a prequel, I would be so happy.
But
so happy.
But it was just weird because she was talking about that, and then like the next interview, she's like, "Well, I love the idea that like you can open the gates whenever, and you can have the portals there to pull from," and like, I need it.
I need it so bad.
Like, I need Bryce to overshoot the fucking portal and like end up in the spring court instead of the night court. And like, I don't know. I need the conversation with Rune and his mom, and I need Lauren to be like, why the fuck did you not tell me that Bryce opened the fucking portal I've been waiting for, bitch?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that's what I've been waiting for.
Like,
I've waited this many years for you people to grow up and come into magic. This is why I was so nice to Bryce.
Here's my thing though, is the ending. I have not finished Ho Fast, but I've like read, like listened to a good portion of it. Read the ending is very much a happily ever after for Bryce and Hunt, to the extent that I feel like we are not going to see them very much in the future whatsoever. Like,
but that's the thing for Bryce and Hunt.
I know, but then it wouldn't make sense to
have Rune and Lydia start with their wedding with the boys. He still has to tell his mom that fucking Einar is dead.
But they can't open the portals. That's the difference. Bryce is the only one that could do that.
Well, maybe.
Unless Rune somehow learns how to open the portals. I mean, maybe.
Well, they did end up taking an antidote. Suddenly he has healing powers, and suddenly this person has ice powers, and this person has this powers. Are we going to see Lauren take the antidote? Because like, what if she like literally fell into this world, like did all the Daemati shit and was like, look, oh shit, like part of my line is in this world, like the Donnells are in this world, weird, whatever, but I'm kin to you, whatever. And then like the fucking parasite happens and she doesn't know why she's losing her magic, and she just thinks that, okay, well, I'm not in my own world, so maybe it's less here.
Oh dude, that would be a
and
stellar
that's why
happens.
That's why she can't like bring her wings out,
why she got stuck there, she probably thought, I'm just gonna open a portal, I'll open a portal right back when they're gone to Tamlin. She's like,
after Celine.
She does take after Celine, and Azriel confirmed it. I think that's what we're supposed to take from that. So, okay, so this is how it went down. Like, they're being chased. Tamlin's trying to help them out. Blah, blah, blah. She's looking at Tamlin, and, like, she's like, look, I know you guys are going to kill me. I'm going to go in this portal, and I'll come back. I'll come back, and I'll see you in, like, a week. I'll see you in, like, a couple days. I don't know. Or even a couple hours.
Yeah.
I'll find a way to get the water.
Of something.
Yeah. And then she, like, fucking drinks the water, or something happens in Midgard. And she loses her fucking powers. That had to be what happens.
There had to be. So there had, if there was people, like females, for Einar to choose from to have his heir or whatever, there had to have been some sort of mix or some sort of party, which again mirrors Amarantha under the mountain, right?
Right.
With the wine, with the parasite. So there had to have been like wine or water, like something there that had the parasite in it.
But
and
see,
she's probably just like, why is my magic fading? Oh, I'm not in my own world. That's probably why. And she just could not get back.
But it had to, when you think about it, it had to have like happened quickly, right? Because it's like quick enough to where she didn't have time to like go to a party, or maybe she did. Maybe she like portaled in and then like saw a party.
It didn't even have to be that fast, because again, she had no knowledge of the parasite. So like, if you're gonna eat food, you're gonna have a drink with it. You're gonna drink with it, you know?
Yeah. Or she like
that night or the next morning for breakfast or like anything.
Yeah. Like she could have like gone and got some food when she got in there or something and just like drank it.
Yeah.
That would make so much sense to me. I almost don't know if I want this episode now anymore on our podcast, because I kind of want to just keep this between you and me.
No, because I told you, fucking Tamlin is the battery. Like Tamlin's battery. I think Reese or not even really Reese, maybe. I think the sister got, obviously, because it's females, right? It's females that get the Starborn power. So the sister got the Starborn power. If she had a fraction of Celine's light, just like Celine and Helena had a fraction of Thea's light, she would have been able to open a portal.
You know what? This is too good. I don't want this. Cut this out of the podcast.
We already
okay?
started to talk about it on another episode anyway, so it doesn't matter. We already said
I know, but like, I just am so worried that like she's gonna be like, these people are like ruining the surprise for the book.
People are ruining.
I swear to God, I'm convinced she rewrote Hofast because of fan theories. I know it. I freaking know it.
Oh my God. Okay, but I need to know, where do you think she opened the portal from?
It was from the Illyrian Mountains. She was at that camp area, right, when they were attacked. So they're close to Ramiel,
But it had to have been before that, because if Tamlin glamored other people to look like them, it wasn't them. He had already gotten them out. So they had to have pre-planned it.
So you tell me what you think then, because now I'm confused.
I mean, yes, the Ramiel would make sense because that's where Celine and Helena did it. Yeah, it was Celine, and then she pushed Helena through. Yeah, so it was the top of Ramiel, and I'm telling you, that's why she painted the mural, to explain to Tamlin what the fuck is going on, without having to bring him to her court and put him in danger.
Yeah, I like 100% agree. I think like
this is where the portal is gonna be, and like the little eyes and the teeth, and it's like, this is where we have to go. I'm convinced. I will say it a million fucking times. I think his sister saw the hologram. I'm convinced. So, how else would she know? How else would she know? She had to have like found out that she had this magic, went looking, because again, she's the youngest child, she's the daughter, nobody really cares. Clearly she was rebellious because the dad's dragging her home kicking and screaming from the artist's quarters in Valaris. So you cannot tell me she's not like searching the catacombs, going under Hewn City, fucking doing all this shit to fuck with them. And like, there's no way she didn't see the hologram, because how would she know? How would she know? Reese doesn't even know.
We don't. You and I are always going to fight on that point. You and I will perpetually fight on that point. I'm convinced, and I want to see who's true in the books. I'm convinced he knows all this. Melanie is convinced he doesn't know any of this. I know he knows it.
He would have known that Bryce was his cousin. He doesn't threaten family, according to him. We know that he does, but according to him, I would die for my family, but I'll kill you first if you piss me off. Like,
I think he, but you know, when you think about the beginning of or the end of Hosab, when we talked about this point over and over, how Rhysand walks in the room and he sees Bryce and he is not surprised whatsoever. He's not surprised. That makes me think he knows that his line.
But he has the orrery. He would know that there were other planets. That doesn't mean he knows about his own family's personal history.
I think he had an idea. I think Rhys knows that Bryce was his cousin. I think that's why, like, he was kind of nice to her initially. He was a jerk at the end.
Nice to her? You should have flung ataraxia at her throat. Nice to her.
No. That was the end. In the beginning, he was like pretty civil with her for Rhys. Like, he was pretty civil.
I will leave you down here unless you make me look in your mind.
Well, he's like, I'll give you a
It's your
choice. I'll give you a choice, Bryce Quinlan. I'll give you a favorite type of choice.
Yeah. Gaslighty choice. You can either starve or let me in your head. Wait, I got an orb for that. There's a third option, actually. Which apparently this time didn't take a whole trip to Hoon City and him assaulting Farah on his lap to get. But who am I to judge? Apparently that never needed to happen. He could have just grabbed it.
It's funny because Amren was like, she knew Thea. I know Amren. We could talk about Amren forever. I actually like I'm liking Amren's character again. I hated her.
I actually just did an updated ranking of the characters after CC3 on my, and you're gonna hate me because I actually put Amren right above Cassian.
Yeah, well, yeah, you just did it.
She's a bitch, but I can respect that she's a bitch. She's always been a bitch. She's not gonna change.
But she's a bitch that like knows stuff, but she's also not a bitch.
Sneaky
like,
bitch.
Well, I would say that Morgan is the bitch. I think Amren's just
Morgan
like,
is a straight up lying bitch, but Amren is like a chill bitch. Yeah. She's literally the cranky old aunt, as Lucian says.
Yeah, and that's exactly what she is, which sounds like a dragon to me, but
she's
I know
Edna
she's not.
mode. Like, she's Edna.
Edna. She's like Edna, but she also like
don't touch those swords.
Don't you think Amren kind of reminds you of Ariadne though? Like a little bit.
Yeah, she does.
I know Amren is not a dragon, but like she kind of gives me dragon vibes.
Oh my god, Hannah was ranting and raving on DMs the other day. She's like, and I'm like, yeah, but if she was a dragon, she would have red eyes like Ariadne, and she doesn't.
Yeah, it's true. She doesn't, but she acts like, I mean, the jewelry, the blood. I think dragons drink blood. I don't know, but
I swear the universe is like being weird to me, because the fact that you brought that up and the fact that I had this quote pulled up for this episode.
What quote? I think we share like one brain.
This is chapter 61 of ACOWAR, I think. I'm pretty sure it's ACOWAR. And this is when they are preparing to go to the Highburn camp with the Book of Breathings and everything. And I highlighted this because it like kind of red flags, Amren. Red flags. Because you know how we were like, oh, if Amren knew the Asteri or is related to the Asteri, she would have known about the Book of Breathing. She would have known about the cauldron, which she did when she fucked over Farah and is like, touch the cauldron. And then like she couldn't let go, right? Like she knew that was going to happen. So,
but also, before you read the quote too, we know that the dragons are the only thing that the princes of hell are afraid of, right?
And dragon fire can kill the princes of hell.
You would think that the Asteri would want to have a dragon in their ranks to fight the princes of hell, so it would make sense that she would be close. But read the quote because I want to hear where you're at.
Really quickly, I think that the Viper Queen selling Ariadne to someone is going to be a big thing in Crescent City 4, because we have the cliffhanger when she shows up in the alley with Therian. She's like, hey, or whatever. And like, I want them to be friends because they seemed like friends. Like they were getting along at the beginning of CC3. But I don't know why I don't trust her. I want to trust her. She would be such a badass character. But there's just a vibe. And I'm like, she's giving me Ianthe vibes. And I don't like it.
Yeah.
Because I want to like her. I want her to be an awesome character. But she's giving Ianthe. And it's bothering
She
me.
is Two-Faced. Yeah, she's well, it's like she is Two-Faced. She's not like willing to help them out. She's kind of out for herself. Like,
But it's like weird. Like she was helping him patch up his wounds, and she was like, they had like pet names for each other, and they were friends because they were both like under the Viper Queen's whatever, and they were getting pummeled. And like, but then she like left him high and dry, and then like she shows up at the very end, like in a very sneaky way. She like sneaks up on him. She's like,
it was
hey,
weird.
she's like, hey, fish, or whatever the fuck she says to him when he's like looking for Sathya. And like that was the cliffhanger there. And I'm like, there was just the whole thing of like, well, who did the Viper Queen sell her to? Who was it? I think someone related to the Asteri.
Or are like the Asteri not dead? Did Bryce just like
No, I think the ruling Asteri are dead. I think that they don't really know if there are any more Asteri, because as we know, we have the Valg, we had Vesperus, we have, we had Lanthus, we had like all these little hidden Asteri around.
who would possibly want to buy a dragon from CC3? There is like nobody that is in that power anymore. Like all the old power in that book is gone.
I don't want to say it, but the fact that Fury could be the mercenary from the beginning of ACOTAR, I don't know, maybe Fury. And it's weird because if Fury is a princess of hell, is there a reason that she needs a dragon? I don't know. Does she want to overthrow one of the princes? Like, does she want to overthrow whoever's her father? Or like, who else would buy her?
I know. There's
The only other suspicious person is fucking Fury. And we know, like we know that she can get to the ACOTAR world. That's why I think she's a princess of hell, because the princes of hell are the only people who can move through the cracks and the rifts to the other worlds. That's why Thanatos is there. I think she was definitely the mercenary. I think that's also why we didn't get like more intimate scenes with her and Juniper, because again, Sarah would have had to address the scars, the black veining underneath her skin from that attack. Because remember when Feyre saw the bite on the lady's leg, and she's like, oh, I don't know when or if it will kill me, but it's just been in there. Like black veins.
Was Fury bit that we know of? We don't know. Okay, we don't know.
Always in head to toe leather, armor.
Yeah.
Pants, always.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm still convinced that mercenary is someone we know. I do think it could be like Fury. I was convinced it was
description.
I was convinced it was Amryn for the longest time, but Fury and Amryn look alike, and so I could see it being Fury. And she talks like Fury too. The mercenary.
Well, and again, Farrah said the mercenary was super tall. Amryn's not tall.
But Amryn's like huge.
Amryn's 5 foot tall. Yeah, exactly. So it's not Amryn. It has to be Fury. Fury's tall.
Do we know that Fury's tall for a fact? Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Yeah. And Farrah's like, she's so huge. She's so tall.
I really hope that she ties that mercenary back in.
Book one, bitch. Book one.
I know. She tied our favorite Leo the Lion guy back in.
Leo the Lion guy.
I know she could do it.
And like the fact that I'm telling you, I think Fury was a double agent. I think she's working both sides.
She has to be.
Hell and the Asteri. I think that she was like, they were doing all these experiments. I've said this before, but she had to have believed that Andrus was the shapeshifter. That's why she bought the pelt for so much money. She was bringing it back to the Asteri for them to do fucking experiments on. Because remember, they were trying to like reforge bodies. Like the harpy was like ripped apart. Like Lydia ripped her apart pretty good. And they like put her body back together. Like, were they trying to see if they could literally resurrect someone from like just a pelt, just a body part, just this, just that, like Hypaxia, but brainless soldiers, because that's what they did to the harpy.
Man. So what I don't understand is why was none of this addressed in CC3?
Dude, I wanted a scene. So I don't know if I actually said this on air. I don't know if I even said this to you. I think I might have just said it on my Instagram story at one point. But I wanted a scene in Crescent City 3 because they were talking about the labs in Crescent City 3 when they were talking about Hunt's real dad and how he was like, you know,
the science
biologist or whatever. I wanted a scene where one of them goes into a fucking lab and like sees a wolf pelt. And
my God.
And like, yes, I wanted that. I was so convinced that we were gonna see Andrus's fucking pelt being experimented on. Like when Cormac and Therian walked into the lab in Hosab, I thought we were gonna see it. Didn't see it. So then I was like, okay, maybe in Crescent City 3, if there's more shit about the labs and them doing all these creepy experiments. I wanted to see his pelt.
Do you know how cool that would have been if we had just seen like Bryce comment on like a pelt that was like hanging from the ceiling or something?
Wings. With the fucking wings. And it should have been, because they should have had angel wings or shifter parts or like.
Well, okay. And it's just like, I know we've talked about this before, but the thing with the wings, every time we bring it up, we see the common punishment of them slicing off the wings. How would Tamlin's father, like, I know
because he was best friends with Hybern.
He had to have been.
Hybern and Amarantha were fucking Asteri.
Yeah, they had to have been, because like, of course, that's like something normally you would think of, like, if I'm going to torture someone and they've got wings, sure, you would get to that point. But like the fact that it's like, I'll cut your wings and hang them on a wall, like the Asteri did.
Amarantha ripped off the Blue Fairy's wings.
Yes, and why did she do that? Like, I still am like, I'm convinced it was a flashback because of what Lauren
knew enough before his magic.
Yeah,
like most of his magic, not all of it. He knew enough to hide your wings from Amarantha.
He did know that. Yeah, he did.
He did.
Fucking
that's why it makes me furious. I've said it before, but that's why it makes me furious that he wouldn't try to help the Blue Fairy. He just dumped him there. Like, you know that your wings are hidden. You know that your mom and sister's wings were ripped off. You're not going to help this dude.
I know. You know what? It was pretty cruel of Rhys. Like, that poor Blue Fairy's like dying, like crying.
Like, I mean, I guess playing devil's advocate for Rhys for whatever reason. I don't know why I'm doing this.
No,
but I guess PTSD maybe. And he was like, I can't listen to you scream about your wings, like, because I can't think of that as my mom and sister. But still, should have helped. Should have tried.
I wonder if Valerian wings would grow back. I don't think that they would.
Which is another that I fucking have about her connecting the series, because we know that Midgard's magic had a parasite. We know that Midgard's magic was weaker. How the fuck can they grow back limbs and the people in Akatar can't? How? Rude can grow back a fucking hand, and you're telling me Lucian's eye has to be metal? He can't grow back an eyeball.
That's true. That's a little bit weird.
Cassian's wings were fucking shredded. They can heal him, but he can't grow it back.
Yeah.
They have scars all over their wings because of it. Like, why? They have raw magic.
It's so weird. It's all like, I know.
Anyways, the Amryn quote.
Yep.
All
Sorry.
right, so it's chapter 61 of ACOWAR, and they're about to go to Hybern to, with the Book of Breathings and the Cauldron, which they're stupid, but, Fucking Amryn.
Amryn.
Ugh, first of all, Rhys. Rhys and my mate and High Lord and partner stood beside me in the foyer. So fucking dramatic. Moore and Azrael and Cassian armed and ready in their scale-like armor. All of us too quiet. Again, scale-like armor, just like the Archangels.
Dragons.
The Asteri made Illyrians. The Asteri made the Archangels. They have the same armor. Baxian had the same armor. Amryn said, "The king of Hybern is old, Rhys. ... Very old. Do not linger." A voice near my chest whispered, "Hello, lovely, wicked liar." The Book of Breathings again. So is it talking about Amryn? Again, lovely, wicked liar to Amryn.
Well, who was holding the book? Was that Feyre or Amryn?
Feyre was holding it, but Amryn was talking. And the book is talking back to whoever's talking.
Oh, the book is talking back to whoever's talking. Okay.
Yeah. The king of Hybern is old, Rhys, very old, do not linger. A voice near my chest whispered, "Hello, lovely, wicked liar." The two halves of the Book of Breathings, each part tucked into a different pocket. In one of them, the spell I was to say had been written out clearly. I hadn't dared speak it, though I had read it a dozen times. "We'll be in and out before you miss us," Rhysand said. "Guard Valaris well." Amryn studied my gloved hands and weapons. "That cauldron," she said, "makes the book seem harmless. If the spell fails, or if you cannot move it, leave." I nodded. She surveyed us all again. "Fly well." I suppose that was as much concern as she'd show. She knew. She knew.
You think that she knew the Asteri tampered with the cauldron by this quote?
Oh, she knew about the cauldron. She has to be some sort of Asteri.
Yeah, how else would she know that it was painted with, unless she was in like an inner circle, like an inner Asteri circle, right?
I swear to you that it was her and Vesperus and Lanthus, and I fucking bet you that they all just got caught. Like, Vesperus obviously was like the leader, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's why Amryn's like, the wind can hear it, everything, and the stone can hear everything, and they'll remember that I'm not there, and they'll catch me. Like,
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But like, how would she know that? Like, how would they catch her if like Vesperus is in the catacomb? Or is she just saying like, oh, if she got out, immediately she would come and get me? And like,
that's
also,
why I was shocked that she didn't bring her up.
my other thing is like, why does Amryn never say her name? Why do they refer to her as like the stone and the rock? Like, do you think that it was Vesperus? And like, why won't they say her name? Tell me.
No, it goes with the whole thing where she's like, "I'm the evening star."
I know.
Because Bryce was like, "Any relation to Hesperus, the evening star?" She's like, "I'm the evening star." So who the fuck was Hesperus? What would have made more sense is that if Hesperus was the one that had red blood, because then we would have known that they just replaced her and tried to make Hesperus look like her, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of Polaris having the red blood, because that was random. Like, it would have made sense for them to replace her with someone else and pretend that they're an Asteri, and that's why they had red blood. But like, why Polaris? Like, random.
It doesn't make any sense, does it, that Polaris has red blood?
I honestly think that was a oversight. I honestly think that was an editing error.
Yeah.
And like, she just momentarily forgot that they had black blood.
Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, the
like
red droplets ran down. Like, as I said, like, yeah, you can say, oh, she just recently jumped into the body and it wasn't completely tainted by her essence yet, which also makes sense in the narrative, but there's no proof.
Yeah. It's kind of like a little bit of a leap. I mean, it does make a lot of sense, but a little bit of a leap.
Yeah. I wish it was fucking Hesperus. That would have made so much more sense.
Well,
Like,
I'm
oh, they
trying to
replaced
figure
her.
out. Yeah. Do we have duplicate evening stars? Like, what's the little plot twist that you've got going on there, SJM? If there is one, I don't know.
Well,
Like you said.
well, yeah. I mean, they kind of have to have a fallback plan. Like, how Vespers was like, well, Rigulus must be very pleased with himself. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, I don't know. Kind of like Maeve and the Valg, like, their fallback plan was to unleash Erewhon, and then they unleashed Erewhon. And then he created more Valg, and all this stuff happened. Like, because I finished Queen of Shadows, and what happened?
Don't do it.
No, not the whole thing.
No.
Erewhon was unleashed, and he jumped into Parrington, and then Erewhon had his Valg friend jump into the king. Because
stop
Parrington was his friend.
Further. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
That ending was so good.
Blah blah blah.
I almost cried.
See, this is why we're taking a 2-week break, because I'm gonna freaking catch up, because I don't want to hear spoilers anymore.
Texted you when Aelin was fucking falling and Dorian was falling and Kale was falling. Rowan sent them a blast of wind.
Tamlin's totally from Rowaelin's line. He has to be. He has to be.
Rowaelin descendant and a fucking Lysadian descendant had to have gotten married at one point.
Yeah.
Cousins marrying cousins.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
The only thing.
Unless, like I said, unless the timelines are wrong and they all descend from Tamlin, and I'd be like, what the?
That would be fucking crazy.
Wouldn't that be insane?
Yeah.
If it was like ACOTAR first.
Yeah. But see, I don't see that, because then, well, no, yeah, well, maybe.
Like,
only because I was trying to figure out the timeline with the collars and the crowns.
I know.
Like, there's no collars or crowns
in ACOTAR. I know. That's why I'm like, ooh, the verdict's still out. I was like, who's gonna be first? I don't know.
It's weird. I don't know.
Because, like, also, if you think about, like, Feyre and Rhys are having children, and Feyre has blue eyes, and Rhys has dark hair, and I know we know Dorian's parents, but I don't know, like, could Dorian actually be, like, a super far descendant from Feyre and Rhys?
I know that this is going to sound fucking unhinged and, like, just absolutely, like, insane, but the whole thing with her not ever fucking saying the sister's name, and the entire premise of Tog being nameless is my price, is really throwing me off. Because why is she purposely not saying the sister's name? Is it a nameless is my price type of deal?
Okay, first of all, I'm super bummed out right now, because I have no idea no idea. None. No, and you know what? Don't tell me. Do not tell me at all. And this again is why we're taking a break.
I almost cried at work. I was like,
is Nameless?
I knew it was coming, but
is Nameless is my price? Is that the ending for Queen of Shadows? Or no? Is it different?
It has a lot to do with the ending of Queen of Shadows, but more so in Kingdom of Ash.
You finished Kingdom? No,
No,
you
no,
finished
no.
Queen-
I didn't. I finished Queen of Shadows, but I know that it comes into play in Kingdom of Ash. Because I actually read that scene like right after because I needed to know.
Melanie, you spoil yourself all the time.
But
I'm surprised that I don't want to be spoiled anymore with Tog because originally I did, and then I realized it was like really messing with me, so I don't want to read it. Don't say it. Don't you dare.
that was like that was both the best and the worst ending at the same time. I was crushed.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're thinking that Lauren could be a nameless is my price type of person?
And that thought drives me insane because that would be awful.
Oh, now you're killing me. Now I
Fucking
can't wait.
awful. But why can none of them say her goddamn name? Why?
Okay, so when do we find out the nameless is my price thing? What book?
Queen of Shadows.
It's Queen of Shadows. And you're saying that those people like can't say that person's name? Can't. Do they know it? They don't know it anymore. Not anymore.
Nope.
Oh my
Do you want me to
god.
like tell you the premise?
No,
Not the
no,
whole
don't
thing
do
or
it.
who, just the premise.
No, no,
Ah!
no. Don't
Ah!
do it.
Fine. Then let's just jump into fucking Jurian then. Real quick. Because remember how we were saying before that Jurian could be a betrayal? And we don't know where
Oh,
the spellbook is?
totally.
And we don't know where the
Totally.
spellbook is, which kind of sucks because I really want him to be with Vasa and like happy and like the king of the mortal lands.
I would love for
mean,
Jurian to be.
I was like, when I was on my last reread, like I used to think Jurian was funny and like chaotic and whatever, but like I was reading and I was like, he's a huge dick, actually.
He's a what? Huge dick?
Huge dick. He's an
Yeah.
asshole.
Yeah.
He's a huge asshole.
What's making you say that now, though?
Well, it's mostly after the meeting when I forget when they meet up with him or whatever, and or maybe is he at the meeting? I forget. I don't think he's at the meeting. But anyway, it's like sometime after the meeting or like the cauldron scene. I don't know. But he's like, Tamlin's gonna go right back and tell him what you talked about, right? Remember that?
I do remember that.
Stoking the fucking flames.
He was just trying to piss Feyre off even more. I think that's what he was doing.
Well, he was trying to make them believe that like Tamlin was a traitor when he knew that they were both spies. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah. Jurian's an asshole. And I remember that. Like, I don't really like his character. I don't like it. I think he's going to do something pretty evil. I personally think he's going to do something really evil to all of them.
Like, it was just weird. And then when he was like taunting Tamlin and he was like, remember when she ripped your cord apart? Like, he knows. Way to shove it in his face. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You're a fucking human. He can kill you. What are you doing?
He should kill him.
So this is the fucking this was the line that I was talking about, which is why I think he has the fucking spell book. Because the king says, the king says, you're a very difficult female to get a hold of. Of course, we've also agreed that you'll work for me once you've been returned home to your husband. Is it husband to be or husband? I can't remember. Lucian glanced between us all, face paling. Tamlin, he murmured. I think he saw their mate bond right there with his eye.
Wait, saw Rhys and Feyre's?
Because like he looks at them, he looks over at them, and his face pales, and he's like, Tamlin. Like, and he's like, I could see wards, spells, shit like that. Like he knew shit was gonna go down. Tamlin didn't lower the hand stretched toward me. I'm taking you home. I backed up a step toward where Rhysand still held Azriel with Cassian. There's that other bit too. The other thing I wanted, the king went on. Well, Jurian wanted. 2 birds with 1 stone, really. The High Lord of Night dead, and to learn who his friends were. It drove Jurian mad, honestly, that you never revealed it during those 50 years. So now you know, Jurian, and now you can do what you please with them. So did Hybern give him the fucking spell book? You can do what you please with them?
But also the High Lord of the Night Court dead?
He wants the High Lord of Night dead and to learn
Jurian
who his
does.
friends were.
Jurian, I don't know like why I didn't remember that from the first time around.
Dead.
Why does he want Reese dead? Reese didn't do anything to him.
Because Jurian says, I don't think I have the screenshot of that, but he says, like, I saw everything. I couldn't even blink. I couldn't even breathe. I had to watch everything. I know everything about you from under the mountain. Like, he knows all of his secrets. And like we have said, that's why Reese sees fucking Jurian as the bone carver. Because you see, like, your downfall. Like, Feyre saw Nyx because Nyx would have killed her. Reese is seeing Jurian.
But isn't it weird that Jurian, like, wants Reese? He has no reason.
Something happened under the mountain that he knows about. Something. He's just tucking it in his little pocket. He's a fucking asshole. He's waiting.
He's gonna be a huge problem.
I'm gonna be the whole problem. Like, I've been scared about Baron, but honestly, like, what if he's like working with Baron and Koshi?
Yes. Well, and you know what's funny is that his character was like he's like living with Lucian, which is really scary to me.
Vasa.
And Vasa.
I'm scared. Like, I feel like at this point, Jurian would do anything so that the humans could get a win. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel like he would give something to Koshi to be like, look, if you let my people in peace, you can have any part of Prithian you want. I will give you back your people's spellbook. Because Koshi, confined to that lake, what is he searching for? What was he searching for? Was he looking for the book?
Oh my gosh.
Why is he collecting all of those females? Is it, I don't know, is the spell that bound him a witch spell? Is he collecting witches? I don't know. Because, oh, he just likes to collect pretty females. There has to be something more than that. There has to be. Why? Like, why are you, like, you're just gonna stare at them for however many thousands of years? Like, what are you taking from them? Like, the Weaver ate life, right? The Bone Carver ate sins and carved deaths after, you told him your sins. So what is Koshi's shtick? What is he getting from these females?
I don't know. I don't think we're gonna know.
He's their older brother. He has to be getting something, just like the Bone Carver was, just like the Weaver was. The Weaver was eating life to stay youthful. The Bone Carver was eating sins. What the fuck is Koshi getting from these women? What is he getting? Deathless. He's deathless. So is he just, I don't know. Like, obviously he's hiding the parts of his soul, probably like the mythology, I would guess. But I don't know where the women come in. Is he just going to have them be like, I don't know, like human shields, like, oh, if you want to get to me, you have to kill them. Kind of like Amarantha under the mountain with the 3 fairies.
Yeah.
Like, are they going to be corrupt enough to kill these innocent people that I've collected instead of by freeing them through death to kill me. And I feel like that's gonna be Elaine's little ordeal.
Or does he like drink their life force and like?
But that's what the Weaver did.
Yeah, it is what the Weaver did. It's gotta be different.
A little different.
Yeah.
The Koshi the Deathless, like, the fuck is he getting? What the fuck is he getting? They have to be like guardians of like the pieces of his soul or something.
Or he has like an army. Maybe they're like his army. I don't know.
Is he I don't know. This might sound crazy. Was he the king of the Valkyries? Why is he
I don't think it sounds.
Like, why is he collecting women? I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
and we don't know who the Valkyries king was.
That's true.
And
I mean, that would
came from all over. And we know he has a stone castle under the lake.
Yeah.
He has his own little stone castle under the waves. But like,
would Elaine become a Valkyrie too?
I don't know. Or it could be, as I said, the Little Mermaid. Gwenriel, Little Mermaid, because that was in SJM's Pinterest. She had a huge folder of Little Mermaid stuff for Gwenriel.
How do you know it was for Gwenriel? How do you know it wasn't for Therian? Because I thought that
because it's a redhead female and a dark-haired male in every single one. She had Crescent City folders, but they were different.
She did. Will you send me all of those? So do you know what Crescent City 4, what the folder looks like?
No, I don't. There's not a lot of Crescent City ones, but unfortunately, I couldn't find like the Lady Thur one. I wanted to find the Lady Thur one, but I couldn't. I found all the Gwynriel. I found the Gwynriel ones, the Phasand ones, the Aleutian ones, and Sleeping Beauty and Swan Lake.
Who is Sleepy Beauty? Can somebody tell me who it is?
I'm so glad you asked me. Because this is one of my things now. There is like one of the first pictures in the folder was a gender swapped Sleeping Beauty where the male was asleep and the female was above him trying to wake him up. I think that's Tamlin's arc. Because do you remember what Sleeping Beauty's real name is?
No.
Briar Rose. I think fucking Tamlin's going to be like fucking half dead. He won't be able to wake up because I think his magic is going to be so depleted. The court's going to be so overrun by like weeds and thorns and like dead. And like somehow, some way, like the Winter Court's gonna send some people to help rebuild, and like Briar's gonna be like wanting to tour some of the courts now because it's been a couple of years and she's been trying to heal and all of this stuff. And like I literally think she's gonna be like bringing him back to life. Her name is Briar. God. I told you, she fucking named her for a reason.
Briar, I really don't read into Briar though. Like Briar's like a common name. Like just because yes, it is. Just because she's named Briar, I don't think that has anything to do with.
Out of all of the fucking names she could have given her, and out of all of the fucking people who could have saved her, she's frolicking in mud. Come on. Someone agreed with me. I was talking about Tamlin on this thread earlier, and I brought up Briar. I was like, oh, I think she's going to be his mate or whatever, and I would love like a reverse Sleeping Beauty. And someone commented, and they're like, that's fucking perfect. They're definitely the reverse Sleeping Beauty. I've always thought this. And I was like, I was obsessing over them because I was like, finally someone sees it. Finally. I was messaging her. It was amazing.
Wait. That's really interesting. Okay, so Tamlin has an arc. Oh, Sarah. Oh my God.
Aurora's real name was Briar Rose.
Yeah.
Briar means wild bush of thorny roses.
Oh my God. I know, but she's just
Like,
so bland.
I swear to God, they're gonna, like, Elaine and Lucian are gonna fucking get there. Tamlin, like, is gonna be, like, passed out. They won't be able to wake him up. He'll be, like, barely alive, but they won't be able to wake him up, and they won't know why. Something's gone amiss. The spring court is fucking dead because obviously Reese isn't fucking helping. There were already briars of thorns all over the walls, which is what Reese says in Akafast, the briars of thorns all over the place. You had to use that word, Reese. You couldn't have said the tangles of thorns, the brambles of thorns. You had to say the briars of thorns all over the manor. And then, do you remember the last sentence where we left off with him in Akafas? I'm going to read it to you again because I've read it. I've read it a million times, but I'm going to read it one more time because I need to express this.
The eat Tamlin line. Eat Tamlin when Reese like waves his hand.
Nope.
No.
It's the sad one. It's the really sad one.
Where he's in his office, he's like, "Get out of my house. Get the fuck out of my house.
Get the fuck out of my house."
And he didn't even say that. Tam was just like, "Get out." He's just like at his desk. He's like, "Get out."
He like wanted to brawl with him because he wanted to mist him. He like tells Farah like, yeah, I was going there to like kill him. And she was like appalled. But like, how are you appalled? You know what he's
Farah was not appalled. Farah was not appalled.
She was appalled.
No, she wasn't.
According to her, she was appalled. It's right here. I just showed it to somebody earlier. Here it is. All right, so I said, so this is the quote. This is when Reese leaves in Akafas, and he's like, "Oh, I might have felt like a tug of guilt in my chest." Fuck you, first of all. You should feel guilty.
Yeah, that was awful. That was disgusting.
You fucking should feel guilty. Yeah. But anyways, we left off with Tamlin didn't have shields around the house, none to prevent anyone from winnowing in to guard against enemies appearing in his bedroom and slitting his throat. It was almost as if he was waiting for someone to do it.
Yeah.
He's not gonna be like alive. Like they're not gonna be able to wake him up. I can see this so clearly in my head right now. I said, hear me out. Tamlin and Briar are going to be the reverse Sleeping Beauty. Tamlin will be so close to death that he won't wake up. Only his mate could wake him up. Look at the role reversal pic at the top from SJM's old Pinterest, because I put the picture here. And then there's a second picture, which actually I forgot to mention to you. There's a second picture of, it's a girl in this one, but like a blonde-haired girl, of a literal black figure with bat wings looming over her. I said, I think the other picture is literally like Reese taunting him.
Taunting Tamlin?
I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but I'm gonna zoom in.
There's the girl leaning over.
The guy.
The guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the picture that was under her Sleeping Beauty.
Was it really?
So there was that, and there was this, which is the looming figure. I don't know if you can see the wings.
Oh, that's creepy. That looks like Resand.
And then there's this, which the crow.
What is that?
Is that like Farah? Because is
the
Farah
witch.
The enchantress or whatever?
The witch.
That's the one that spelled him. And there's this one of just like,
what?
And then there's this one of like them just on the floor. But
Holy
I don't get like the
that's
spinning. I don't get like the spinning wheel thing, but she never uses every aspect anyway. So I think like Feyre destroyed his court. She like she destroyed basically his life because his life force is tied to his court.
I love Tamlin so much that I just every time I get like upset.
Lucian's not going to be able to wake him up one day. And he's going to be like, I don't know, maybe something with his eye remembers something from Highburn. I love to think that because Tamlin couldn't help Feyre under the mountain, that he did everything he could to keep Briar alive in Highburn's mountain, in Highburn's island camp.
I love that you are so passionate about Briar because I was so underwhelmed with her as a character.
She's the best. She's fucking okay. So she's quote unquote human. She's running and jumping, covered in bloody lashes and burns. Doesn't even fucking flinch. Jumps into Azriel's arms naked. He's holding her and holding Elaine. Elaine is like kicking the fucking hell beasts. And Briar's like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And then they get to the camp and like Azriel gives her to Feyre. And she's like, she has like one scrap of clothing left. And she's like, oh, for your wound. And she like gives Feyre her last scrap of clothing. Like, that is so Tamlin coded. Like, that's like Tamlin giving Alice a job to hide her nephews. Like, and then Feyre's like, she didn't even know that like I need whatever because it was an ash bolt or whatever. And so then she like goes off and she's like frolicking in the mud. Like, not like she had lashes and burns all over her. She's still frolicking in the mud. Like she's like trying to forget everything. And then Mor and Vivian and Vivian's sister, which again, Vivian's sister.
No yeah, name. It was weird that I always thought that was really weird. Vivian's sister was never named. Unless Vivian's sister is the girl, is his mate. I don't know. We'll see.
The fact that Mor's friends with them bothers me. But anyways, so like Briar was with Vivian's sister and Mor is like, oh yeah, she like really liked the furry beasts.
Yeah, I remember that.
Excuse me, can you repeat that more? Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that, please? Briar Rose, loving furry beasts, being
Briar. No. Briar didn't love the furry beasts. Mor put that assumption on her. She's like, "There's furry beasts. How can you not love that?" That's what Mor said.
I just read it. She said she enjoyed the furry beasts.
It did not say that. Mor said there are furry beasts. How could you not like that? That's what Mor said. No, Briar never said that shit.
No, Briar didn't say it, but Mor said it about her because they were just with her. Vivian's sister. You find it right now.
Find it and read it.
Fucking find it right now.
fucking find it, okay? Fine by me.
Why is Vivian's sister not coming up? I'll just look Briar. Anyways, okay. The girl, despite the burns and lashings on her moon-white skin, was able to walk. Could be a witch.
She better be a witch, because if she's
moon-white skin, that's actually how Manon's described in Elide too.
Really?
Yeah, Elide has witch blood. Sorry, spoiler. I pressed a hand against my wound in my shoulder to keep the bleeding minimal. The girl went so far as to offer to use her lingering scraps of clothing to bind it. I didn't have the breath to explain that I was Fae and that there had been ash in my skin and that I needed to see a healer before it set, blah, blah, blah. So I just asked for her name. Briar, she said, her voice raw from screaming. Her name was Briar. She did not seem to mind the mud that squelched under her feet and splattered her bare shins. She only gazed at the tents and the soldiers who stumbled out. One saw Azriel and shouted for a healer to hurry for the spymaster's tent. Rhys winnowed into our path before we made it past the first line of tents. His eyes went right to Azriel's wings, then to the wound in my shoulder, the paleness of my face, to Elaine, then Briar. I couldn't leave her, I said, surprised to find my own voice raw. And then he's like, nah, 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 and everyone's like, you're such a good person for not leaving her there. Anyway.
Also, Briar was not frolicking in the mud. She was just standing in the mud.
Squelching under her feet? How does it squelch?
She's moving her toes in the mud.
Oh, she's moving her toes. Well, she likes the mud then.
No.
Yes. I spoke before Moore could get the first word out. You gave Briar over to them. So this was, oh, actually, hold on. First of all, I want to shout out Vivian because she's so underrated. And she was literally bleeding and battered because she's the captain of her own army. And I fucking love that so much.
I love Vivian, and I'm really sad she's friends with Moore. I fucking love Vivian.
Callius's army, or I suppose the army that Vivian had held together during Amarantha's reign, was a complex, beautiful, teeming thing, orderly and yet thrumming with life. Everyone had a purpose. Everyone seemed keen on doing it efficiently and proudly. I spotted Moore walking with Vivian and a stunningly beautiful young woman who looked like either Vivian's twin or sister. Twin? Vivian was beaming, Moore perhaps more subdued for once, and as she twisted, my brows rose. The human girl. Briar was with them, now tucked beneath Vivian's arm, face still bruised and swollen in spots, but smiling timidly at the Winter Court ladies. Vivian began to lead Briar away, chatting merrily, and Moore and Vivian's possible sister lingered to watch them. Moore said something to the stranger that made her smile slightly. Moore watched the female's face carefully and swiftly looked away as she turned back to her, clapped Moore on the shoulder, and strode off after her possible sister and Briar. You gave Briar over to them. We fell into step back toward our own camp. As explained, the state you found her in, I didn't think being exposed to battle-ready Illyrians would do much to soothe her. And the Winter Court army is much better. They've got fuzzy animals. I snorted, shaking my head. Those enormous bears were indeed fuzzy, if you ignored the claws and teeth. Claws and teeth?
See, but I was right. I was right.
Wait. Moore glanced sidelong at me. You did a very brave thing in saving Briar. Anyone would have done it. No, I'm not sure I would have even tried to get her. If I would have deemed the risk worth it. I've made enough calls like that where it went badly and ... Oh, and then they go back to Azriel, which I love Azriel, but like I wanted more with Briar. I need more with Briar. I don't think she's
told you. I told you. Admit it. Do not gloss over this because you know you did not read that.
Fine. But she went with them for the fuzzy animal. And claws and teeth. You can't tell me that's not foreshadowing, though. Claws and teeth. That's not foreshadowing. Elongated canines and claws.
I need this book because I cannot handle
It's foreshadowing. And I don't think she's human. Feyre keeps going, the human girl, the human girl, the human girl. And that is a red flag because even with like Jurian and Vasa, she's not like the human queen, the human general, the human, like, why does she keep saying that she's human? Like, is she trying to convince herself?
I don't know. I mean, okay,
white skin.
Here's the deal. If Briar is like a descendant of like Elorcan or something like that, I would be like, hell fucking yeah. Because that would be cool. I doubt it. I don't think that's going to be the case.
It's just if she is human, there is no way she would not be affected by the lashings and the burns on her.
I like it.
They keep saying like all the lashes, all the burns, like
like bringing it up over and over and over again, bruised. But like, here's my deal: is she's not healing quickly. Like we see, she still has a bruised face. She still has markings everywhere. You know what I mean? Like
they just got there. It was like the next day, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Like, I guess that's a good point.
She could be. Well, they did say that Cassian was gonna have like a black eye for a while when he got his skull bashed in by Lanthus. They're like, that might be there for a while. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, is she Demi-Fae? She could be Demi-Fae if she's from Elorcan's line.
Yeah.
Because Elide had witch blood, but she was human.
Interesting.
And Lorcan, as we know, was Fae, and actually, I'm not.
Don't say it. All right, I think we need to end there for tonight because we're getting into like spoiler. And the kids are starting to stir.
But I'm just saying, if I don't get a reverse Sleeping Beauty and Briar is actually fucking human, I'm going to riot, because it is not only me now saying it. There was someone else.
Wait, do other people tell you, or has like anyone ever been like, Briar's like not an important character, like you're putting way too much into her?
Yes.
Yeah, they do. I love you so much.
And that just reminds me of The Real, where it's like, I've never, who's she? Oh, nobody important. Nobody important. In all my years, I've never met somebody who wasn't important. In an SJM fucking book, there is not a soul that is not important, except for Vaughn. That's it. He is the only person she has ever forgotten about.
I'm dead.
And she admitted it, so...
She admitted to that? She admitted about Vaughn?
Yeah. What? She was like, I actually totally forgot about it.
When did she say that?
Literally an air of fire, and Maeve sends him off to find Lorcan. And then we get so much Lorcan, and Vaughn just never comes.
Wait, when did she say that about Vaughn? I thought everyone was like, where's Vaughn? Wwhere's Vaun? Like, did she recently address that?
No, like in an old interview, she was like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about him. So that's why everyone's like, oh, he'll pop up in an ACOTAR book. Oh, he'll pop up in a Crescent City book. Like, now that she knows she forgot about him, he'll pop up somewhere.
Oh my God.
She just has never brought him back.
I think too that like sometimes she watches like these theories and like she's like, you guys are really dumb. Like you guys read way too much into this. I could see that. Like I could see
dropping the hints if you don't want us to connect them. Period.
Or we're all just like really bored.
Like, okay. But I have one question for you though. And all the people that say like she's not important, and the same with Balthazar. If Briar and Balthazar were not in their scenes, if they were not in the books, what would have changed? Nothing. The scene would have had the same impact without them. Nesta could have saved her and Emery herself, found the cave. Tamlin could have saved Azriel, Elaine, and Farah without Briar. We didn't need her. So there's a reason she inserted them, because the scenes didn't need them. Yeah. Unless she had plans to bring them back, which is why, again, she named them. She doesn't name anybody. She named them. And actually, I have posted about the name Briar so much because obviously Wild Bush of Thorny Roses. I have to. So that's why I'm kind of thinking that like it's gonna start out with Elaine and Lucian, because the rose necklace and the rose carving or whatever, she's gonna find her way to Spring where Lucian is. Maybe she's gonna want to actually talk to him, and he's stationed in Spring now. So I don't know. Some days, whatever, go by, they're trying to rebuild Spring. Tamlin doesn't wake up one day. They have to try to figure out why or find his mate, something like that. And that's kind of how I want it to happen. If she's not going to give him a whole book, I want him and her to be in the Illusion book, because I want them to have their own inner circle. Nesta has her own inner circle. Farah has her own inner circle. I want Briar and Tamlin and Lucian and Elaine, and even Jurian and Vassa, if Jurian's not a piece of shit, to be their own inner circle. Yeah. I'm on board with that. I like that idea. Like the Spring inner circle. Like it would be so cute. I kind of want Eris to be in that inner circle too. Yeah, after Baron dies, he's gonna have a lot of talks with Lucian. I can't wait. I can't wait. But I want to look up I just looked up Balthazar's name meaning. It means protecting the king. Balthazar was one of the 3 wise men.
Well, let's save that thought for the next one, my dear.
You know who is currently the protector of the king of the night court?
Who?
Cassian.
All
Who
right,
is he
I'm
going to
done.
replace? Cassian.
Listen,
That's why he was added.
wait a second. Was Cassian and Nesta on that Pinterest board?
I
Ma-
didn't find theirs. I'm so pissed.
But we don't know. So maybe that means it was there.
I couldn't find. Well, actually, I couldn't find their Pinterest board, but I actually found I found the Midgard worm. Thanatos.
What?
Mermaid siren imagery, more Gwen, Tamlin, Lucian, Amryn, pictures.
You found
more.
Tamlin pictures?
Azriel, Cassian,
Can you send
Rhysand's
all those?
mother.
Can you send that to all of it to me?
Rhysand's father. Rhys himself, Nesta and Elaine, Feyre, Balthazar saving Emery.
Yeah, he's gonna be big.
Okay,
Saving
I want to
Emery,
know what the fuck this one is.
That's weird.
Because this is a winged male, which someone put that it was Balthazar. I don't know how true that is. But this is a winged male in a cave with weird beings, and I can't see whatever, holding a fucking baby. What is that?
Is that
I can't puzzle it out. It's
Wait a second. Is that Cassian? He has long hair.
yeah, but it's labeled Balthazar. Right here it says Balthazar, you probably can't see it. And it's this, this is him saving Emery. This is the idea of him, his hair was his hair is dark is obviously, but thrown up maybe in a man bun. So it would kind of seem like that's Balthazar too. I don't holding a baby. More mermaids,
unless he becomes Nyx's protector. What if
because I the night thing, how I said Azriel is Moore's and Cassian is Rhys's. That would make sense.
What if Balthazar and Nyx?
I don't know. Why the baby? Why the unless someone just thought it was Balthazar and it is Cassian and it's them adopting an Illyrian baby. Swan Lake plus the 6 swans. I don't know.
That's supposed to be Elaine's story, I guess, is Swan Lake.
Maybe. Killian and Lady Autumn. I swear to God, he better die. And then there's just a folder that says creepy ass women. Women.
I love it.
Who is the creepy ass women? Was that Vesperus? Oh, this was from before too. Duh. More and Az. I told you they were mates.
Yeah, that's sad.
Illusion. All the Fox and Fawn imagery. Come on. Phazand as Hades and Persephone. As we know, Gwen as a priestess. As Cass, Elaine, Lucian. Oh my God, Lucian. Ugh. Love him.
I gotta see Tamlin too.
And then she has a ton, The Little Mermaid by Christian Birmingham. The Little Mermaid, The Little Mermaid, The Little Mermaid. Ton of them. Come on. That's fucking Gwen and Az.
Yeah.
It's fucking Gwen and Az. Gwen and Az.
Yeah.
Gwen. Those are all those are all the ones I have. And then she has the prison island, in quotations, suspected dust court.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
The spring court.
Beautiful.
And the night court.
What is on the night court?
The mountains.
Will you send those to me? All of it?
I was like, and then like Thanatos.
So Thanatos is gonna be huge. We know that.
Thanatos. Literally.
I can't see it. It won't, it's like not clear.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, there's a shit ton of Little Mermaid stuff. Like
I'm really surprised.
half of this is Little Mermaid stuff.
Really?
That's who she cast as Tamlin.
I want to see who. Oh, I think he's really cute. I like him.
He's cute.
He's cute.
He's not
I
blonde
like
though.
him. His name's Garrett Hedlund, right?
I have no idea.
Okay.
More Lucian.
He's so hot. I love Lucian.
Amryn.
I love that.
More. Okay, dark roiling magic. Dark more.
That's dark.
More?
Yeah.
In black feathers.
Yeah.
Black feathers. Like a crow. Azriel. Oh, yes, Azriel.
Oh, he's gorgeous.
Oh,
so beautiful.
Cassian.
So gorgeous.
He looks like Ben Dollhouse. That's who I cast. And I'm like,
I mean, of course he's hot too.
Nesta and Elaine. Like human Nesta and Elaine.
Yeah.
But like,
does she have Feyre on there?
Yeah.
She did.
Yeah.
Where did Oh yeah. Where did you find these?
So when she had a Pinterest, someone screenshotted all the ones that she had at that time currently. And then I guess they forgot to go back and do like the newer ones before she deleted it.
Oh.
Because someone did say that there was a folder with like Lady Thur and whatever, and they thought that it was Nesta. That's how I got the idea.
I know. I think I saw that online somewhere.
I did. But like my reverse Sleeping Beauty thing.
I know.
Need it. Why else?
It makes me sad. It's so like that's gonna be a painful book to read, but I'm happy to revisit the spring.
I need it.
I know. I love
from him going to like half dead to his mate waking him up.
I just wanted it to be Lauren, and it does not look like that's who it is.
I told you, Lauren is his Jasminda. They fully believe
she's
they were
alive.
mates, but they're not.
But she's alive.
But he doesn't know that. Drama.
Okay.
Portals, drama.
I'm upset. I want to go. I gotta go to bed.
Imagine Lauren comes back. She gets her closure with Tamlin, and then the bond snaps for her with someone else.
With who? Azriel? I would be okay with Azan.
Balthazar, maybe?
Well, Balthazar is Nyx's protector, so maybe.
Maybe. I love Balthazar. He's so cute.
You know what? You want to know what? Like, so
or
Nyx
Eris. That would be interesting.
That would be interesting.
I really want Eris with Nuon, but I don't see it happening ever.
Yeah.
Like, I love
So it sounds like Nyx is gonna be the next High King, kind of. He's gonna be the High King.
The heir, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my god. All right.
Can you imagine we have all these theories, and can you imagine if the only one that is right is the Eris and Nuon? And I'm like, it's never gonna happen. I love them, but it's never gonna happen. Yeah. And then she's like, I'll give you your least talked about theory.
Yeah. I'll feel like such an ass though too. Like that's why, like I'm telling you, we gotta give it a break because I want her to write the most authentic Agatar book.
But there has to be something with that, with my which I've said this, but there has to be something with my favorite quote about him and Nuon, because it was very weird for her to just add in like, it was the most decent he ever sounded.
I mean, it was weird.
But yeah, I'm just obsessed, and I need this to happen like ASAP, and I need her to write this Aleutian/Brylan book. And then maybe the prequel as the crazy world book that she was talking about after the fact. So we can get back in time like Assassin's Blade.
Yes. Oh, I loved Assassin's Blade, but that's a whole other thing. We're gonna talk about Throne of Glass. Give it a couple weeks. We're gonna go deep into Throne of Glass, and then we can talk Tamlin after that.
Yes, we do have our Tamlin debunked series that we have to do. We can probably like start that the week of our birthday because we love Tamlin so much.
Yes, I love it. It'll be like our birthday gifts just to talk about him.
And this will be fresh on my mind because I'm very slowly making my way through it again. The actual paper copy too. I
like the paper copy. I wish I had bought one.
I do. I pick up more stuff in the paper copy, but I don't want to highlight it.
I know. I'm like always torn. Like, do I?
So I'm like, no, I gotta go back to my phone, see if I have it highlighted, then go back to the book, and that's why I just read on my phone because it's like.
I know it's easier. It's easier on the phone all around. But thank you for filming with me.
Of course.
Night.
You guys, this episode is actually going to be up. Today is it's like 3 a.m. here, so it's Saturday, so it'll be up tomorrow morning. We got all this talk in for tomorrow. And hopefully if this is a longer episode, maybe we'll get more views because nobody's liking our little tidbit episodes of an hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that. Like
the 4-hour episode has like 60, 70 something plays. And like the hour and a half one has 35.
What?
Laughing my ass off. I don't want to say I told you so, but I'll say it.
Oh my gosh. All right, crazy.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.